Chapter 742. It wasn't a small residence. At least, it was enough for one person. It was divided into upper, lower, and underground levels. The area covered by the inscription array was the upper and lower levels. Strange. What's the use of the first underground level? Lin Feng looked around curiously. The first underground level was very quiet and empty. It was also quite large, several times larger than the surface. The surroundings were made of strange metals, which were very expensive. There were many things that he didn't understand. This should be the source of the inscription array. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was a ring-shaped structure. It was the most important and central position of the entire inscription array. The flow of star power formed a stable circulation space with this point as the starting point. He had been involved in this in Yanling Mansion. However, the inscription array in Yanling Mansion was very rare and simple. It was unlike the inscription array here, which was so complicated and full of energy. They were two completely different concepts. A stroke, instilling star power into it and using the inscription array as a channel, it had magical energy. In the land of the 9 provinces, Juan Macho had mentioned the 4 auxiliary professions, and the inscription master was one of them. Things that seemed simple were often not simple. Looking at the inscription array, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. It was the first time he had seen such an exquisite structure. It's an application of star power. It requires extremely subtle control to construct a complete array with different forces, depths, and angles. So profound. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. He couldn't take his eyes off it. His mind wandered, and his left eye flickered slightly. Whoosh! There seemed to be a flash of light in his head, and Lin Feng was shocked. The inscription array in front of him suddenly seemed to become transparent. The flow of star power seemed to be moving in a huge 3-dimensional space, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, forming a special rhythm. With this rhythm as the foundation and the mystery of the entire inscription array, it emitted a faint silver light. An illusory figure seemed to appear in front of him, emitting a sparkling luster. Holding a pen in his hand, his footsteps were illusory, and strong star power bloomed. His movements were like the wind, and the composition of his star power revealed the mysteries of heaven and earth. With the source as the center, his feet moved like a dream. Together with his hands, he formed the most exquisite picture scroll. Where the star power poured in, it was like a silver dragon's body that flowed naturally. Flawless. Lin Feng was stunned. As he looked at the inscription formation, his hands began to move inexplicably. In his mind, he seemed to have combined with the illusory figure. Accompanied by the red starlight, he was drawing the inscription formation. The angle, strength, time, and control were exactly the same. It was like a perfect copy. Not again. Lin Feng moved with a pung sound. The composition of the formation was already at the end. Wah! The final stroke. Like the finishing touch, the star power bloomed in an instant. It formed a small river that flowed lightly. The energy was extremely stable, and it flowed in harmony. The illusory human figure also stopped moving. Finally, it was success. The inscription formation was completed. It was flawless. Lin Feng came back to his senses at this time. He gently opened his hands and then clenched them. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. Driven by the star power, draw the vein of the Tao of time. I seemed to, closing his eyes, Lin Feng's mind replayed the scene just now. It was like imitating the bald man's sword embryo in the 3rd test. That feeling was extremely clear and free, as if it was deeply engraved in his heart. His body seemed to have practiced it thousands of times, and it was as perfect as a machine. Ha! He opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. I can draw it. As long as I have an inscription pen, I could draw the same time inscription formation. Clenching his right fist, Lin Feng was full of confidence. It felt extraordinary. The star sky pupil is indeed extraordinary. Father once said that the Lin clan has 3 grades of pupils. The first grade has 2 extremely rare pupils. The star sky pupil is one of them. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved upwards as he smiled faintly. But why have I never heard Father mention it? That's right. After all, I didn't have the star sky pupil at that time. I don't know what the other grade of pupil is. Thinking lightly in his heart, Lin Feng immediately went to the upper level. This place was very similar to the underground level. It was spacious and boundless. Although the area was much smaller, only 500 square meters, it was enough for a single person to cultivate. The entire mushroom building looked small outside the valley, but it was big enough when one entered. Including the underground level, it was about 3,000 square meters. Although it was not as luxurious as his cultivation place in the Tianwu continent, it was still not bad. At least, with 2 inscription formations, the efficiency of cultivation would be greatly increased. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate. Let's walk around and take a look first. Anyway, I have 10 days. Lin Feng suddenly smiled and walked away. The valley was not big, but although it was small, it had all the essentials. Training room, cultivation space, library. Lin Feng even saw the virtual space, which was very rare in the Tianwu continent and was used for martial artists to duel and learn from each other. However, it was very common here. It existed in a small valley, but the configuration seemed to be several grades higher than in the Tianwu continent. Because even the strength of a Star Lord could be perfectly replicated in the virtual space. Standing quietly, Lin Feng looked at the big screen, which was showing a duel. As soon as he entered, there were already martial artists who were unwilling to be left out and wanted to challenge him. Although they were refining apprentices, they were also martial artists. It feels like I'm back in the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Thinking of that time, he had also entered the virtual space for a duel, but at that time, he was not even at the beginner level. His strength was worlds apart from now. Similarly, the martial artists in the duel now were not comparable to the martial artists in the training base back then. A battle of the Star Lord level. All kinds of star techniques were displayed in a dazzling manner. The power of the constellation completely burst out and erupted to the extreme. The strength of either of them was almost comparable to the Star Lord of the Dijiang Magi clan. However, their combat strength is not high. The two of them seem to be pampered and lack actual combat training. Lin Feng pondered and looked at the shocking fluctuations of star power. It was quite a waste. Well, I wonder what constellations they belong to. They can also use flames. They should be one of the 12 southern constellations, the Phoenix constellation, the Southern Crown constellation, and the Fornax constellation, but I really don't know how to tell. Lin Feng smiled, and his eyes were burning. Having made up his mind, he immediately left the virtual space. In the library, the silver, time-engraved array could be seen everywhere. In the 10:1 ratio, a young man in black was standing and flipping through various books. From time to time, he would nod in enlightenment. With his eyes glowing, Lin Feng concentrated on absorbing the knowledge, not caring about wasting time for cultivation. The best way to understand a place was to go to the library. It seemed to be a waste of time, but it had a long history and reserves. Moreover, the ancient books left behind by these ancestors often contained a lot of information. It was very useful information. So there are 88 natal constellations, 12 eastern constellations, 12 southern constellations, 12 western constellations, and 12 northern constellations, 23 equatorial constellations, 12 royal constellations, and 5 royal constellations. For the martial artists of the eastern region, 90% of their natal constellations are the 12 eastern constellations, and the remaining 10% are the 23 equatorial constellations. For the martial artists of the southern region, 90% of their natal constellations are the 12 southern constellations, and the remaining 10% are the 23 equatorial constellations. For the martial artists of the northwest region, 90% of their natal constellations are the 12 western constellations and the 12 northern constellations, and the remaining 10% are the 23 equatorial constellations. The 12 royal constellations are very rare. The 5 royal constellations are 100 times rarer than the royal constellations. But rare is rare, What's the difference between them and other constellations? Lin Feng was very puzzled, but he could not come to a conclusion after reading carefully. But after reading the contents of the constellations, many of the puzzles in his heart suddenly became clear. The southern region is a hot place, so of the 12 southern constellations, there are 3 fire constellations: Phoenix Constellation, Southern Corona Constellation, and Fornax Constellation. The 3 have their own strengths. Southern Corona Constellation has many fire martial gods, Fornax Constellation has many fire spirit masters, and Phoenix Constellation has both equally. And Brother Juan's Aquila Constellation is not one of the 12 southern constellations. Among them, the flames of Southern Corona Constellation martial artists have shocking explosive power and powerful attacks. And the flames of Fornax Constellation martial artists have a long history, and their endurance and defense are not ordinary. Among the refiners, each has different uses. Lin Feng nodded, just like his own fire of devouring and fire of rebirth. Their characteristics were different, and although they were all flames, the differences could be huge. According to Duo, my fire of devouring is not good for refining, but the fire of rebirth is different. It is the best flame for refining. After immersing himself in the library for a long time, Lin Feng then left willingly. With a smile on his face, he was very satisfied. I have gained a lot. Not only do I know a lot about the human world, I even understand the basics of refining. Although Refiner Apprentice is just a cover, but if I don't know anything about refining, it would be too much of a failure. There is no harm in having more skills. At least learning a bit can make up the numbers. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, but his mood was not bad. All along, he had thought that the Ursa Major constellation was very ordinary. After all, he had seen the star charts of the 88 constellations, but there was nothing special about it. Only now did he know that it was different from the rest. After completing the blood inheritance, after becoming a saint, I will definitely be different. Yes, it's about to begin. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Third update, the contents of the constellations are purely fictional. Please do not take it seriously. Chapter 743, Inheritance of Blood. Only once in a lifetime. It was just like the pansy wood origin seed in the pansy wood continent. For magical beasts, the higher the bloodline, the worse their reproductive ability. When one reached the level of the ancient divine beast, lightning centipede, they had long lost their reproductive ability. In fact, when one reached the level of a divine beast, it was already impossible for them to reproduce. This was a kind of balance, and it was the same for any race. However, the inheritance still existed. Whether it was divine beasts or ancient divine beasts, it was the same. However, one had to pay a huge price. Especially for ancient divine beasts, once the inheritance of blood began, it meant, boom! Lin Feng's eyes widened. Blood veins covered his eyes, and his heart seemed to stop beating in an instant. It was a tearing feeling, as if his soul had turned into billions of fragments, and a monstrous aura completely enveloped his body. In his mind, an extremely terrifying giant bear roared. Thunder and lightning intersected, and the might of the heavens appeared. The thick red light was like blood, and it seemed to destroy everything. His body was in a heart-wrenching pain. However, compared to his soul, it was much lighter. 5 imperial constellations, inheritance of blood. How could it be so easy? However, for such a great opportunity, I must hold on. Lin Feng's expression was extremely serious, and he gritted his teeth. Having been tempered since young, Lin Feng was extremely confident in his willpower and perseverance. Even if he died, he would endure it. Vermilion Bird Continent, Sherluo County. Unbelievable. What a terrifying inheritance of blood. So when Master said it would not be easy, it was actually like this. Lin Feng exhaled softly, his eyes sparkling. It was mainly the pain in his soul, but the pain in his body was much better. I understand now. It's related to the Constitution. Master mentioned that because humans are born with poor conditions, the whole process is not easy. If it's the constitution of a divine beast, it should be much easier. Lin Feng nodded, completely understanding. If the inheritance of blood was seen as a process to increase one's strength, then in fact it was indeed a path to raise one's strength to the saint level. However, this path was different, and one had to endure great pain. And this pain was actually equivalent to the difficulty of cultivation. My body originated from the body of a strong warrior in the starry sky. My body is strong, so the pain is naturally weak. But my human soul is the soul of a human. However, as the legacy of blood progresses, the soul will become stronger and stronger, and the pain should slowly decrease. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it for so long. Even if my will could withstand it, my soul wouldn't have been able to. Lin Feng sighed in relief. According to his master, the greatest test of the legacy of blood was one's body. After all, there was only one soul, but there was an entire body. It was not an easy task to be reborn. Fortunately, this is an independent clone, which is equivalent to another me. If it's a secret clone, I'm afraid I can't do anything right now. If it was a secret clone, the pain would be shared with the main body. No matter how good he was at multitasking, it was impossible for him to be completely unaffected. At the very least, the effects of cultivation would be greatly reduced. Unlike now, where he could cultivate wholeheartedly. Sitting cross-legged in the time inscription formation, the silver light dazzled. Lin Feng's heart was as calm as dust, and he instantly entered a state of cultivation. Ever since the Phoenix natal chart broke through, he hadn't cultivated properly. I will be staying in the Vermilion Bird Continent for a long time. Although I lost my human soul, the awakening of the starry sky eyes gave me a secondary soul. Strictly speaking, my strength didn't decrease by much. Moreover, although the path of the war god was temporarily sealed, my strength as a war god still exists, and my body didn't weaken at all. Instead, because I experienced an even better constellation baptism, my strength increased greatly. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The constellation baptism depended on the body's endurance and sensitivity to the constellation. The second baptism was naturally much more effective than the first. Now, his soul had undergone a perfect transformation. It was exactly the same as the human soul. In the initial starry sky formed, there was a chaotic color. It seemed to be of the same origin as the starry sky energy, but the strength of the energy was poles apart. In the starry sky, there was a shining star. The red starlight seemed to be dazzling with the pride of a phoenix. It was formed by the pure power of the Phoenix constellation. Through it, one could directly sense and enter the Phoenix constellation like an invisible door. Unlike the human soul, his main star was very large. However, without a star ring, it was only a first-rank cosmic lord. The area is 100 times the size of the human soul's main star. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. They were both first-rank cosmic lords, but the difference was immediately apparent. What did 100 times the size of the main star mean? He didn't know before, but now, he completely understood. There are two keys to the cosmic lord level: constellation power and constellation sensitivity. Constellation power determines the level of the cosmic lord level and the amount of astral power a warrior has. At the same time, it greatly improves the constellation sensitivity. The main star is the origin of the constellation power. Lin Feng pondered, and the knowledge he had obtained in the library immediately appeared in his mind. The main star was like a container that contained the power of the constellation. At every level, the container's area would increase by 10 times, and the power of the constellation would also increase by 10 times. If the storage of the first-rank Cosmic Lord level was 1, the second-rank Cosmic Lord level was 10, and the third-rank Cosmic Lord level was 100. The improvement of the Cosmic Lord level would increase the area of the main star, just like a metamorphosis. At every level, the constellation sensitivity would be doubled. At the first-rank Cosmic Lord level, my constellation power is 100 times that of ordinary warriors. In other words, I have 100 times more constellation power and 4 times stronger constellation sensitivity than warriors of the same level. And this is only the advantage we have right now. The most important thing is My upper limit is even higher. Lin Feng pondered in his heart, feeling satisfied. By then, he would be far better than other warriors at the peak of the Cosmic Lord level. Not only that, with the constellation power as the foundation, he would also have a huge advantage in the Cosmic Realm level once he made a breakthrough. For example, when he was in the Star Sea level, he had 10 times more stars than other warriors of the same level. That was the difference. Just like Duo said, due to the difference in foundation, the difference between each level will be greater and greater. When I was in the Star Sea level, I was only 1 level ahead, but when I became a Cosmic Lord, I was 2 levels ahead. And when I reached the Cosmic Realm level, my advantage would be even greater. The only drawback is Lin Feng was slightly shocked. Cultivation was very difficult. He would probably be much more tired than other warriors. When others advanced from the first rank to the second rank Cosmic Lord level, it was like he had advanced from the third rank to the fourth rank. Indeed, there was no free lunch in the world. You had to pay for every gain. Wah! Through the main star, Lin Feng's consciousness entered the constellation. In front of him, there was a huge and proud phoenix that was full of dominance, and there seemed to be a loud cry in his ears. Lin Feng looked at the familiar arrangement of the 7 light spots. They were the 7 main stars. All of them were shining brightly, emitting a resplendent luster. Not only were the 7 main stars bright, but the other stars around were also colorful, like a beautiful painting. However, the human soul couldn't be compared at all. The Phoenix constellation seemed to have come alive. I can absorb the power of the 7 main stars. It means that with the same amount of cultivation time, I will be able to cultivate 7 times more than other warriors. As for the human soul, only the leading main star was bright. As for the life soul, all of them were lit up. That was the difference in the sensitivity of the constellation. That was the absolute difference in aptitude. Special, eukaryotic, attack, defense, control, summoning, and enhancement. No matter which of the 7 main stars he entered, he would be able to cultivate and improve. The more choices he had, the faster his cultivation would improve, and the faster the Cosmic Lord level would be. Just as astral force was indispensable to StarCraft warriors, for Starlord warriors, star cultivation was even more important than the power of the constellation. Comprehending star techniques and improving star cultivation ultimately depends on the sensitivity of the constellation. The stronger the sensitivity of the constellation, the faster the increase in the power of the constellation and the less energy consumed for comprehension. Lin Feng was enlightened. Comprehending star techniques was closely related to the sensitivity of the constellation. Due to the fact that one's consciousness entered the constellation through the main star, the power of the constellation would be consumed, and every moment would consume a huge amount of energy. In particular, the stronger the star technique, the more terrifying the consumption would be. Among them, the difference in the sensitivity of the constellation was obvious. 10 times the sensitivity of the constellation meant that the consumption of the constellation power was only 1/10. Besides, many star techniques had a rigid requirement of the sensitivity of the constellation. If the sensitivity was insufficient, one wouldn't be able to sense it at all, let alone comprehend it. It was just like how some of the 7 main stars were bright while others were dim. Of course, the sensitivity of the constellation wasn't constant. As one's strength increased, the sensitivity of the constellation would also increase. In the eukaryotic system, there were also existences that could increase the sensitivity of the constellation, including the star-gathering engraved array, astral treasures, astral pills, astral talismans, astral fruits, and so on. In the 9 states, there were many ways to increase the sensitivity of the constellation. However, it wasn't easy. For example, astral treasures that could increase the sensitivity of the constellation were almost priceless regardless of the grade. No wonder weapon refinement masters are so popular, but they're an urgent need. Chuckling in his heart, Lin Feng found it interesting that he had become a weapon refinement apprentice. Even his master, Bailey Feng, was passionate about weapon refinement. Since he was from a family of weapon refinement masters, to be honest, he really had a lot of inexplicable ties with weapon refinement masters. In 10 days, I'll officially become a weapon refinement apprentice and enter the Lin clan. The training will last for a whole year. By then, I'll have a lot of time to find out the whereabouts of Uncle Lin Jing, as well as Father. What exactly happened? That was his main purpose for entering this place. Update. Chapter 744. Damn it, I'm so angry. An angry roar was heard. The whole house seemed to be about to collapse. It was a young man with a crew cut. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Jia Fei. He was ranked 101 and was cruelly squeezed out of the first group. Jia Fei couldn't hate the Lin clan. He hated Lin Feng to the bone. What a pity. We were so close to entering the first group. A young man with a crew cut side. He was slightly older than Jia Fei. Their faces and facial features were 70% similar. Even their figures and heads were similar. Jia Xiang was Jia Fei's elder brother. Brother, I can't accept this. Jia Fei bit his lips. What can we do? Jia Xiang sighed. What's done is done. I told you to practice, but you didn't listen. Now, a difference of 1 point makes a world of difference. In fact, among the 100 martial artists who entered the first group, other than the top 3, the rest had very close scores. The fourth place had 279 points. Wu Ya, who was ranked 99, also had 272 points. It was only a difference of 7 points. Forget it. I'm the same. Jia Xiang shook his head. He was ranked 4th with a total of 279 points. He was only 1 point away from the top 3. Brother, help me, Jia Fei said anxiously. I really want to enter the first group. I don't want to stay in the second group. Didn't we say that we would advance and retreat together? Jia Xiang frowned. Don't worry. Let me think about it. Good. Thank you, brother. Jia Fei was overjoyed. His brother had the most ideas and was powerful. As long as his brother was willing to help him, he would most likely succeed. If he really lost the assessment points, he would accept it. However, he was wronged. Jia Fei couldn't vent his anger after being squeezed out of the top 100 by a rich family's disciple with a humiliating score of 239 points. He was very unhappy. In a group of valleys, Lin Feng was immersed in cultivation. The starlight outside his body was constantly getting stronger. It's the improvement of the constellation power. Lin Feng thought to himself. His life spirit was combined with the Yang Fate astrolabe. The phoenix astrolabe in his body flashed, driving the natural absorption of the constellation power. Just like the divine beast phoenix, even if he did not need to cultivate, his body could spontaneously absorb energy and grow. This was the innate ability of mythological beasts, power. He was completely compatible with the blood of a divine beast, and he was no exception. However, too slow, Lin Feng said softly. The increase in the constellation power was too meager. Just like when he was at the star sea level, his star energy could be absorbed and improved by itself. But to him, the most important thing was not this, but the power of the constellations was inexhaustible. This was his trump card, same as the StarCraft level. It should be recovering proportionally. Comprehending 1 star and cultivating 1 star technique definitely won't consume much energy given my star constellation sensitivity. The recovery speed should be faster than the consumption speed. In other words, I don't need to comprehend while recovering like other martial artists. This will be very efficient. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, carefully understanding his own body. Cultivation wasn't about blindly charging forward with brute force. Instead, it was about choosing the path that was most suitable for oneself. What he had to do now was to choose a star technique first. Star techniques were rather important. The improvement of star cultivators required the comprehension of star techniques. Besides, the exertion of Star Lord strength depended more on the application of star techniques. Special element, eukaryotic element, offensive element, defensive element, control element, summoning element, and enhancement element. How should I choose? Lin Feng was having a hard time making up his mind. It was not easy to make so many choices. For example, when he used his mortal soul that day, apart from the main star of the special series, the rest were dim and there was no need to consider it all. Now, all 7 main stars were shining brightly. It was hard to choose. However, I can first rule out the special series. There are many flames in the special series, but specialize in one. I already have 2 types of extremely powerful flames. I don't need to open another path for the time being. Lin Feng nodded and thought to himself. He was already very satisfied with the rebirth fire and devouring fire. Contentment was bliss. His limited energy should be used in the areas where he could improve his strength the most. For example, the eukaryotic series has a way to speed up cultivation. The offensive series uses the power of the constellation to drive attacks and is extremely powerful. The defensive series. Nodding gently, Lin Feng pondered and carefully considered what was most suitable for him at the moment. With the improvement of the Phoenix Life Plate, my martial god strength and celestial spiritualist strength will increase at the same time. I don't have any energy, but I have the additional power of the Phoenix constellation. In a one-on-one battle, my martial god strength is better than a celestial spiritualist's. Lin Feng thought to himself. He was very clear about his own strength. With the addition of the power of the Phoenix constellation, the power of the rebirth fire would definitely not be weaker than the martial god who used the strength of the Ursa Major. The only thing he lacked was the abnormal body of a starry sky powerhouse. However, his own body was more than enough to compare to ordinary warriors. 2 baptisms and countless superpositions of the physical foundation, not to mention comparable to human warriors. He could even compete with the witches. I don't lack attack, defense. The rebirth fire is a defensive flame. Summoning. It's better to match the strength of a fire spiritualist. He decisively eliminated them one by one, and soon there were only 2 left, strengthening and control series. Strengthening. Attack and defense can only be strengthened. However, control series star techniques can bring my current abilities to the next level. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he made up his mind. He looked at the 5th main star and entered it. There were a lot. No, there were a lot of them. They were densely packed and looked like starlight spots, but they were dazzling. There are actually so many first-level stars. It's more than 100 times more than the first-level stars in the Ursa Major constellation. Lin Feng thought to himself. Even if they were all first-level stars, they were different and had completely different requirements for the sensing power of the constellation. Some first-level stars had extremely low sensing power and could be flashed directly. Some first-level stars even required a higher sensing power of the constellation than third-level stars. Generally speaking, the higher the sensing power of the constellation, the greater the power of the star technique. However, it was also harder to comprehend. Everyone has a different level of comprehension. Their comprehension of different domains is also different. Lin Feng thought. It also depends on intuition and luck. For the first time, I'd better choose an ordinary first-level star and practice. Soon. Okay, not bad. This is not bad either. One impressive control ability. This move is not bad when combined with the spear move. The casting speed is slightly slow. No matter how powerful it is, it's useless. This move can only be cast in a static state. The effect will undoubtedly be greatly reduced in battle. One after another. Lin Feng carefully selected, but he was not in a hurry. Outside his body, the power of the constellation was constantly being consumed, but it was constantly replenished in an instant, forming a cycle. Other rank 1-star lords would probably have exhausted the power of the constellation in a short time and would have to cultivate and recover at the same time. However, it was different for him. He didn't need to worry about the consumption of the power of the constellation at all. I'll choose this. Lin Feng quickly made a decision. Although it's not very powerful, it's fast and has many changes. A lot of things can happen in an instant in a battle. Plus, whether it's powerful or not, it had a lot to do with the power of the constellation. Since he had made up his mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. Hua! In his mind, a series of images instantly appeared. A faint shadow was shrouded in a giant phoenix's wings. The red starlight was dense and abundant. With the control of the astral power, flames appeared in his hands. Bang! A wall of fire was ignited. It looked very ordinary, with only a thin wall of fire standing in front of it out of thin air. The flames were condensed in one area. It wasn't difficult to control. The faint starlight gathered. Although the wall of fire wasn't very powerful, it wasn't ordinary either. It was not bad as a barrier. It's a very ordinary move among the first-level stars. But for me, it's easy to comprehend, and it's not weak either. Wall of fire, level 1. Lin Feng murmured. He was very confident. He would definitely be able to comprehend this wall of fire in a short time. Around his body, the red starlight gathered into the shape of a phoenix. Around him, the time engraving array flashed with silver light, slowing down time slowly. Immersed in the state of cultivation, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. His eyes stared intently at the display of the light shadow, concentrating all of his attention. All of a sudden, boom, a familiar feeling sounded. Lin Feng was suddenly stunned. His body entered a wonderful state again. The light and shadow in front of him seemed to be right in front of him. In his consciousness, he seemed to have become one with the light and shadow. His eyes were bright. Although it was only his consciousness that entered, Lin Feng's two life souls shone at the same time. It's the star sky eyes. Lin Feng was surprised. This feeling had already appeared for the third time. The first time, he successfully copied the refined sword embryo. The second time, he comprehended the drawing of the time engraving array. And the third time, so this is how it's performed. The change of the hand gestures, the control of the star power, and the extent of the explosion of the flame, muttering softly to himself, Lin Feng was completely immersed in the comprehension of the star technique. Driven by the power of the constellation, the entire process seemed to be imprinted in his mind. His body seemed to have gone through countless practice, and he could perform it at will. However, star techniques were different from refining weapons. Refining weapons could be perfectly imitated, but star techniques couldn't. He had to comprehend it. He had to comprehend it thoroughly. It was like copying a painting. Even if it was exactly the same, the feeling was completely different. It was like the concept of a spear. It was the same for star techniques. Different star techniques had different concepts of star techniques. It was like a tiny river in the heavenly Tao. Although it was an insignificant existence, if one could not sense the existence of that concept, then even if it was perfectly executed, even if it was exactly the same, it would still not be comprehended. If one really had to describe it, it would be the Tao of the constellation. Second update. Chapter 745. Big Brother, have you thought of a way? Jia Fei's eyes lit up. Yes, I have a way. I think it will work. Jia Xiang nodded and looked at Jia Fei with a smile. Use your best move. My best move? Jia Fei scratched his head. What is it? Clapping his hands, Jia Fei's face lit up with joy. Big Brother, do you want me to secretly teach this rich kid a lesson and make him back off? Unless you don't want to live anymore. Jia Xiang's face was calm as he said indifferently, if something happens, don't even think about staying in the second group. This is the Lin clan. You can't act recklessly here. Besides, do you think that Lin Feng doesn't have a backer? You must be out of your mind to touch him. Jia Fei's face instantly turned red. He used to do that. Jia Xiang's eyes flashed. I want you to bet with that rich kid. Bet? Jia Fei was stunned. Big Brother, what's the use of winning against him in the real world? We're learning how to refine weapons. Jia Fei's eyes suddenly lit up and he said happily, I know, Big Brother. You want me to make that Lin Feng lose all his face and humiliate him so that he won't have the face to stay here. Jia Xiang shook his head. Do you think it's possible? Jia Fei was speechless. It made sense. What was a disciple of a famous clan doing here as an apprentice of an artificer? He must be here to learn how to refine weapons. Why would he be ashamed to stay here just because of some face? Big Brother, just say it. Jia Fei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You know I'm stupid. You finally admit that you're stupid. Jia Xiang slanted his eyebrows. Let me ask you, Do you want to take revenge on Lin Feng or enter the first group? Jia Fei was stunned. This question was really not easy to answer. Jia Xiang sighed helplessly. Let me ask you again. If I let you enter the first group, will you still take revenge on Lin Feng? I don't think so. Jia Fei finally knew the answer. He had no enmity with Lin Feng. If he could really enter the first group, why would he seek revenge on Lin Feng? Was he bored? That's enough. Why do you have to set your sights on Lin Feng? Don't be so stubborn. Jia Xiang said indifferently. In my opinion, this Lin Feng has an extremely strong background. The chances of kicking him into the first group are next to none, but the other artificer apprentices are different. Why do they learn artifact refining? Jia Xiang's eyes flashed. Because they are poor, because they want money. If you have enough money, you can bribe one of them to leave the Lin clan. That way, there will be a vacancy in the first group. Even if this plan doesn't work, you can still buy an astral pill at a high price that can temporarily increase your control over flames. I'll arrange for another test for you. If your score can reach 280 points and enter the top 3, I think the Lin clan will definitely let you off. Jia Fei's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. 2 birds with 1 stone. The ingenuity of the plan was something that he would never have thought of even if he racked his brains. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. Amazing. Jia Fei gave him a thumbs up with a flattering smile. Suddenly, he asked suspiciously, By the way, Big Brother, you said you would use my best move. What is it? Jia Xiang rolled his eyes and said indifferently, If you want that Lin Feng to bet with you, don't you have to do anything? Yes, I understand, Big Brother. Jia Fei immediately beamed. 10 days was a very short time. In the eyes of Star-Lord, 10 days was like an ordinary person's 2 hours. The valley of the first group had become particularly lively. Most of the warriors had finished dealing with matters in Shirluo County and moved into the valley. The 3 major artificer clans of Shirluo County rarely recruited artificer apprentices. Everyone was looking forward to it. The most important thing for an artificer was technique. It was not a basic technique, but an advanced technique or even a unique secret technique. In Shirluo County, the basic techniques of an artificer were not a secret at all. Even the advanced techniques could be bought with money. However, the unique secret techniques were deeply hidden in every artificer clan and were not taught to outsiders. Many of these 100 artificer apprentices had come for the unique secret techniques of the Lin clan. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to learn it openly, but it was not impossible to learn it secretly. Lu Yikai, who came in first place in the assessment, and Jing Yuyu, who came in second place, were among them. After all, the fact that they could get such high scores in the assessment showed that they had the aptitude to be artificers. Even in the Lin clan, they were considered to be of a superior level. The only exception was probably Lin Feng. He was neither here to secretly learn the unique secret techniques, nor to become an artificer apprentice. At this moment, he was working hard to understand the first level of the star technique. The first level of the wall of fire. Whoosh! A faint light flashed. In the life soul, the only main star in the starry sky, that was like the beginning of heaven and earth, and the beginning of chaos began to change. Red starlight flashed around the main star and condensed into a beautiful halo, just like the star ring at the starseed level. The difference was that the energy this time was of a completely different level. It was like a gift from the stars, and the beautiful luster reflected on the lonely main star. The star ring has appeared, and star cultivation has improved. Reaching the second level of star cultivation not only means that the constellation sensitivity has doubled, but it also means that the level of strength can be improved. Lin Feng exhaled softly and slowly opened his eyes. Star cultivation determined the level of strength. Only by reaching the second level of star cultivation could one advance to the second level of Star-Lord. It was very easy to advance from the first level of star cultivation to the second level of star cultivation. One just had to comprehend any first level of star and learn the star technique. Star techniques were bestowed and derived from the Tao of star constellations. Star cultivation was the Tao of star constellations. Star techniques seem simple, but they're not. Just like spear techniques, the tangible spear intent and shape are easy to obtain, but the concept of spear techniques, it's difficult to learn. It was an invisible existence. It was the most mysterious and difficult to figure out. My aptitude as a celestial spiritualist is indeed too different from that of the god of war. Back then, I spent a total of 9,000 days to comprehend the first level of the special strength of the Ursa Major. This time, it only took me 9 days. If the time engraving array is included, it only took me 90 days. The difference was 100 times. It's not just because of the strong constellation sensitivity. It's also because the Star Cheong eyes helped me save a lot of time. Lin Feng thought to himself, but he didn't know if he had comprehended the first level of the strength of the Ursa Major with the help of his master. Otherwise, 9,000 days would be far more than that. Okay, there's only 1 day left. Let's take a walk. Let's take a break. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He was in a good mood. Now that his star cultivation had reached the second level, as long as he absorbed enough constellation power, he would be able to break through and become a second-level Star Lord. It only took him 9 days. Such a speed was probably enough to make people dumbfounded. On the other hand, Lin Feng was in no hurry. On the other hand, Jia Fei was extremely anxious. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there was only 1 day left. However, there was still no news of Lin Feng. He was still hiding in the room and cultivating. How could he not be anxious? Damn it, that bastard. There's no time. Jia Fei clenched his teeth, his eyes twisted together as he paced back and forth in the room. He was burning with anxiety. After today, the door that he had used to enter the first group would be completely closed. At this moment, beep, 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 the star crystal watch on his left hand beeped. Jia Fei's eyes immediately lit up. He clenched his right fist in joy and shouted to vent his anger. Lin Feng had finally appeared. Haha, Lin Feng, you finally showed up, Li Hao said happily. Yes, what's the matter? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's not a big deal. Li Hao nodded and said, it's just that Jing Yuyu invited the first group to eat, drink, and have fun at her residence tonight and get to know each other. Jing Yuyu? Lin Feng nodded. She was the one who ranked second in the assessment points. Go ahead. I'm not interested, Lin Feng replied indifferently. He didn't know Jing Yuyu, and there was no need for him to know her. Today was the last day. He might as well go to Shiluo Prefecture and ask Wan Macho to drink to his heart's content. It can't be. Third Miss Jing asked you to go? Li Hao's eyes widened. Lin Feng looked at Li Hao. Judging from his tone, Jing Yuyu seemed to have a powerful background. But what did it have to do with him? With a carefree smile, Lin Feng turned around and left. However, in front of him, a man was flying toward him like a fiend. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He seemed to have seen that man somewhere before. He was getting closer and closer. It was a young man with a crew cut and cold eyes. It's him, Lin Feng remembered. What is he doing here? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng immediately stopped and looked at Jia Fei, who seemed to have come with ill intentions. On the other side, Li Hao also let out a soft cry of surprise as he looked over. Stop right there, Lin Feng. Jia Fei stood straight, staring at Lin Feng like a tiger staring at its prey. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked slowly. Humph. Jia Fei sneered. Of course you're fine. You're in the first group with only 239 points, but I'm ranked behind you with 271 points. You're simply shameless. Li Hao's expression changed, and he frowned. Lin Feng looked at Jia Fei and sighed his heart. What was destined to come would eventually come knocking on his door. There was no way he could avoid it. Indeed, it was no wonder that he was unconvinced. But what could he do? If you're not convinced, you should go to the instructor. Lin Feng looked at Jia Fei and said slowly, I have something to do. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Then, he walked away. The more he fought with such a troublemaker, the more troublesome it would be. It was meaningless. Jia Fei gritted his teeth and made an unpleasant sound. You want to run away because you can't win? You're just a rich kid who only knows how to get in through the back door. If you're a man, come to the virtual space with me. Jia Fei's eyes flashed as he sneered. How about it? Do you have balls? I'll let you have 3 moves first. Huh. A second-rank Cosmic Lord level Fire Spirit Master dares to challenge a first-rank Cosmic Lord? Li Hao pouted and walked over. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off? Lin Feng smiled. I'm not interested. This kind of pointless challenge was meaningless to him. So what if he won? But Jia Fei obviously wouldn't give up so easily. Ha 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 ha. Jia Fei laughed wildly. Lin Feng, your parents are better off giving birth to a pile of shit than you. You're a King coward. Your whole family is trash. Your parents. He couldn't continue. Jia Fei's face turned pale, and a chill ran down his spine. However, he felt a terrifying killing intent that he had never felt before blossomed. You're courting death. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Third update. Chapter 746. His aura was extremely terrifying. His murderous aura blotted out the sky, making Jia Fei unable to move. That was a true expert who had gone through countless trials and tribulations of life and death. He had been baptized by blood. Looking at Lin Feng, Li Hao's eyes widened. He felt strangely suffocated. Jia Fei broke out in cold sweat. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable fear. His feet trembled. He wanted to run away. But suddenly, swoosh, everything returned to normal. It was as if what happened just now was just a dream. It had never appeared before. You're lucky. Lin Feng looked at Jia Fei. His voice was calm and suppressed. If they were in Yinling Mansion, Jia Fei would have been dead. But here, he couldn't kill because the consequences would be severe. But he still had to pay the price. You want a duel? Let's go. Without hesitation, Lin Feng turned around and walked away. He walked straight to the center of the valley, where the virtual space was. He didn't even glance at Jia Fei, as if he was just a passerby. Since he wanted a duel, then let's duel. Li Hao was surprised. His eyes flashed. Wait for me, Lin Feng. Looking at Lin Feng's departing figure, Jia Fei came back to his senses. His face twitched. There were still a few drops of sweat on his back. At that moment, he felt like he was in hell. He didn't know why it was like this. His strength was higher, so he should have the upper hand. Pretentious. Jia Fei curled his lips, his eyes cold. After hesitating for a while, Jia Fei dialed the star crystal watch and followed him. Big brother. Lin Feng took the bait, Jia Fei said in a low voice. Good. Jia Xiang's voice was calm. Follow the original plan. I'll bring people here to make a scene. Big brother. Jia Fei hesitated. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. What's the matter? Jia Xiang's voice came. No, nothing. Jia Fei's mouth twitched. He shook his head. All right, see you later. Jia Xiang hung up the call as soon as he finished speaking. Looking at the flashing star crystal watch, Jia Fei's face changed. He clenched his fists and made up his mind. He could not afford to lose. Just now, he almost said to his brother, why don't we just forget about it? But in the end, he didn't say anything. I will definitely win. He's just trying to scare people. This kind of spoiled brat has been raised well. What kind of strength could he have? Besides, I'm a level 2 Cosmic Lord. Why should I be afraid of him? He nodded vigorously, as if he was comforting himself. Jia Fei gritted his teeth and flew towards the virtual space. In a group of valleys. Quick, let's go take a look. Something interesting is about to happen, everyone. Big news. Lin Feng and Jia Fei are going to bed. The bustling noise quickly spread throughout the entire valley. After all, there were only 100 families in this valley. Naturally, there were no secrets in this valley. The news of the bet between Lin Feng and Jia Fei had spread like wildfire. It didn't take long for everyone to know about it. Very quickly, the illusory space was filled with people. At this moment, there were more than 80 people in the valley. Almost all of them had come. They were waiting to visit the third lady of the Jing family. Now that there was a big fight to watch, they couldn't miss it. Besides, one of the main characters was the mysterious Lin Feng. Of course, it attracted a lot of attention. Third lady, brother Ikai. Jia Xiang walked over with a smile and greeted them. A man and a woman stood side by side. The man was handsome and the woman was enchanting. They were Liu Yikai and Jing Yuyu, who ranked first and second in this exam. Lin Feng would have been surprised if he had seen them. Liu Yikai was the young man with the hedgehog head whom he had seen the other day. It had taken him only 6 seconds to complete the sword embryo with both hands. "Brother Jia, you're here too." Liu Yikai smiled and greeted him. They were familiar with each other. Jing Yu nodded as a greeting. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance. She looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng and Jia Fei had already arrived in the illusory space. They looked at each other. Jia Fei was bigger than Lin Feng, but he was much weaker than Lin Feng. It was just a pair of indifferent eyes that contained a hint of sharpness, and it had already surpassed Jia Fei's pretentious attitude. They weren't on the same level. Some things couldn't be faked. After all, Jia Fei had never killed as many people as Lin Feng had. How could there be such a terrifying, murderous aura that was like an unsheathed sword? But now he had no way out. He had to fight. According to the rules of the illusory space, let's bet before the battle. Jia Fei raised his head and said, 100 million soul coins, no, 50 million soul coins, how about that? Do you dare? Everyone whispered to each other when they heard this. 50 million soul coins was a relatively large sum. But Jia Xiang frowned. He and Jia Fei had agreed to bet 100 million, but he didn't know why Jia Fei had changed his mind. 50 million soul coins? Do you think this is child's play? Lin Feng smiled. As his voice fell, not only did Li Hao burst into laughter, several cultivators in the crowd also laughed. Even Jing Yuyu covered her mouth and giggled. Although her laughter was inaudible, it still caused Jia Fei's face to turn red. Especially in front of such an enchanting beauty like Jing Yuyu, it made Jia Fei even more embarrassed. Then, how much do you want to bet? Jia Fei gritted his teeth and shouted. He didn't expect Lin Feng to increase the bet. He only had 100 million, which was all he had. Originally, he wanted to cheat Lin Feng, a rich young master, but he didn't expect that he would be embarrassed. He immediately felt uneasy in his heart. Okay, then let's play a smaller bet. Lin Feng looked calm and nodded. 1 billion. Hiss! All the warriors took a deep breath. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everybody opened their eyes and looked at each other. 1 billion, to most people, was already a sky-high price. They wouldn't be able to earn that much in their lifetime. Liu Yi's eyes sparkled, and Jing Yu looked at Lin Feng with even more curiosity. Jia Fei was overwhelmed with shock. His heart was beating rapidly, and his body was trembling slightly. He glanced at Jia Xiang in shock. However, Jia Xiang was also shocked at the same time. Is this Lin Feng really so sure? Jia Xiang sank into deep thought. His heart was already somewhat shaken. He instantly clenched his right fist. No, this kind of rich kid doesn't care about 1 billion at all. To them, it's only the price of an astral treasure. Or maybe he deliberately raised the price to scare hoodlum away. Jia Xiang's mind continuously pondered, his face cloudy and uncertain. Jia Fei was already out of his wits. He didn't know what to do. The development of the situation had already exceeded his imagination. He was completely under someone else's control. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he stared at Jia Fei. Originally, he didn't want to make things difficult for him, but some things couldn't be tolerated. His parents, his family. How could he allow this kind of scum to humiliate them? He must pay the price. If he didn't agree now, his face would be swept to the ground. His words would be like a dog's bark, making people despise him. And if he actually staked everything on a single throw and agreed, then he was blinded by greed. His losses would be even greater. 1 billion at least, to him, was perhaps a great disaster. If you don't have the money, don't learn to gamble. Lin Feng indifferently said, extremely disdainful. Jia Fei's face was completely red. At this time, everyone's gaze was focused on him. Their teeth clenched, and Jia Fei was embarrassed to the extreme. Now, he was riding a tiger and unable to back down. He glanced at Jia Xiang as if asking for help. At this time, the latter already made his final decision. He closed his eyes and nodded. Jia Fei bit his lip, hysterically shouting, "Who says I don't have the money?" Jia Fei lowered his head to look at his necklace. His eyes chilled, and he immediately took it off. "Let's go, we'll bet." Jia Fei steeled his heart, taking the lead to walk away. Big Brother's decision definitely couldn't be wrong. There was nothing to be reluctant about. So long as he could win this duel, it was fine. The treasure was only temporarily put aside anyways. The bigger the bet, the more he would get. Damn it, fight. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes flashed, but he was also a little surprised. But when he saw Jia Fei's gaze land on Jia Xiang, he instantly understood a lot. It seemed that there was still a mastermind behind the scenes. "Are you confident, Brother Lin Feng?" Li Hao raised his eyebrows, elbowing Lin Feng lightly. "What do you think?" Lin Feng smiled. I don't know that you're a wildland warrior, but I do," Li Hao said proudly. "Wildland warriors are very powerful, although their strength is one level lower. But," Li Hao pondered and muttered, "I think it's not impossible." "I hope so." Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Li Hao thought that Lin Feng was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He clapped his hands fiercely. "Look at me, come, take it." Lin Feng was stunned. He looked at the gold card Li Hao handed over. The gold card of the Luo Chamber of Commerce? It looked similar to the gold card of the Qin Chamber of Commerce, but there seemed to be a big difference in their preciousness. The gold card in Li Hao's hand was flamboyant and flashing with golden light. One could tell at a glance that it was not ordinary. The Luo Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in Shiluo County. He had heard one macho mention it before. "My pocket money. I'll lend it to you," Li Hao said with a smile. "There are a few billion in it. It's enough." "A few billion?" Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He was just a fake son of a rich family. He didn't expect that this Li Hao in front of him was really from a rich family. With a few billion soul coins in his pocket money, he shouldn't be an ordinary person in Shiluo County. This Li Hao, Lin Feng smiled, but it didn't mean anything to him. No matter how rich Li Hao was, it was his. It had nothing to do with him. "Thanks." Lin Feng smiled lightly. "I can still take out 1 billion soul coins, and I won't lose." There was a hint of confidence in his calm expression. That was the confidence that had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. It was an achievement that had been exchanged with countless battles and blood. He would never lose. Leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Hao, Lin Feng immediately stepped away. Illusory sphere. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. He thought of the scene when he was in the training base and the days when he was in the Tianwu continent. At that time, he had a bet with Huan Yao. What a similar scene. 1 billion soul coins. I've just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Continent. It's not a bad thing to have more money to protect myself. Lin Feng chuckled. He had never taken Li Hao seriously. Second-rank Star Lord? So what? Fourth update. Chapter 747. Whoosh. Whoosh. The light screens on both sides instantly lit up. Jia Fei and Lin Feng's bets in the virtual sphere were both more than 1 billion Doling spirit coins. Wow, they're so rich. 1 billion Doling spirit coins. If I can earn that much money, I'll die in peace. Lin Feng is indeed a rich kid, but I didn't expect Jia Fei to be so rich. I really couldn't tell. Everyone was whispering to each other as they discussed animatedly. Most of them had never seen so much money before. That was 1 billion Doling spirit coins. In the Vermilion Bird Continent, the poor were poor and the rich were rich. There was a huge gap between the rich and the poor. Just to maintain the status of a citizen, one had to pay a lot of money every year. For many poor people, it was difficult to maintain the status of the lowest limestone level. It was easier said than done to live a carefree life in the land of the 9 provinces. Why was there no sorcerer race in the land of the 9 provinces? Because humans had been paying tribute to the sorcerer race. They had to pay tribute to the sorcerer race in exchange for a place to live, especially the soul weapons that the sorcerer race needed the most. Where did the money come from? To live a stable life in the land of the 9 provinces, one had to pay a price, and this was only part of it. For example, where did the astral crystals to maintain one's daily life come from? The expenses were too much. Generally speaking, there were only 3 ways to live a stable and wealthy life in the land of the 9 provinces. First, become stronger. Basically, warriors who reached the Star Lord level would not lack money. Second, become a merchant. However, everyone's ability to do business was different, and it was unknown whether they could earn or lose money. Moreover, doing business was very risky. If they did not manage it well and went bankrupt, they would not be able to maintain their status as a citizen and would be chased out of the land of the 9 provinces. Third, become one of the 4 deputy professions. The higher the rank, the more money one could earn, especially the sorcerer race, which was the first of the 4 deputy professions. Jaffe suddenly had no idea that there was a lot of discussion outside. When he put the necklace in, his hands were shaking. This ancestral treasure was worth more than 1 billion. However, since the bet was 1 billion, even if it was worth 10 billion, it could only be labeled as 1 billion after putting it in the virtual sphere. The virtual sphere was not a shop. It was very nervous. Jaffe gritted his teeth. This time, he could not afford to lose. Regardless of whether it is for this clear cloud chain or Lin Feng's 1 billion Do Ling coins, I cannot lose. Jaffe's eyes were bloodshot. Going back and forth was like the difference between heaven and hell. Can't afford to lose. Compared to Jaffe, who had no way out and was fighting with his back against the wall, Lin Feng was undoubtedly much more relaxed. 9-star celestial fruits, star spring water. All sorts of treasures were placed into the ethereal orb, and it didn't take long for it to accumulate 1 billion gold coins. I didn't expect it to be worth some money, Lin Feng murmured. That day, he had plundered the Purple Star realm for an entire month. Although he had donated most of it to the sect, he had kept some for himself. After all, this kind of thing could be used at any time. It was much more convenient to leave a way out for everything. The brilliance of the illusory sphere meant that the gambling fight had been established. Their bets had been accepted. The door to the virtual space slowly opened. 2 sparkling light pillars shone, bringing with them strands of luster. It was extremely attractive. They looked at each other and saw each other again. Lin Feng's expression didn't change, but Jia Fei was cowardly on the inside. Humph, when you come out later, I'll make you look like a dead dog. Next time you see me, Jia Fei, you'll have to take a detour. Jia Fei gritted his teeth and almost roared. His veins bulged. However, Lin Feng only smiled faintly. There seemed to be a hint of mockery in his laughter as he entered the light pillar without looking back. The more he said, the more guilty he was. Who do you think will win? Of course. Look, Jia Fei is a 2nd-level cosmic lord and a 2nd-level astral cultivator. Maybe. Look, although Lin Feng is a 2nd-level cosmic lord, he has a 2nd-level astral cultivator too. The virtual space of the 9 states was indeed better than that of the Tianwu continent. It was more detailed and comprehensive. After entering the virtual space, the body's data would be scanned and some basic information would be revealed, such as Jia Fei, Fornax, 2nd-level cosmic lord, 2nd-level astral cultivator. It was just some simple data. The deeper information wouldn't be revealed. After all, warriors had the right to privacy. I think Lin Feng can win. Think about it. Lin Feng is so rich. He must have powerful astral treasures and astral weapons that can turn the situation around. But 2nd-level cosmic lords have 10 times more powerful constellations than 1st-level cosmic lords. Do you think it's that easy? Exactly. Besides, he just became a cosmic lord. He can't control many astral treasures at all. Everyone was talking about it. Although some supported Lin Feng, more supported Jia Fei. After all, people had a sense of belonging. Most of the apprentices there were poor, so they naturally hated the rich. Moreover, Jia Fei was indeed stronger than Lin Feng in terms of strength. The gap of 1 level was huge in the Cosmic Lord level. Hey, Brother Jiao, what's wrong? Asked Louis Kai curiously. Nothing. Jia Xiang forced a smile. Even though he was usually calm, his hands were shaking at the moment. After all, this was a billion-dollar bet. No, it was more than that. Jia Xiang knew how many things his brother had. Except for the blue cloud chain, Jia Fei couldn't take out 1 billion soul spirit coins. Even Jia Fei had 100 million soul spirit coins, of which he paid 70 million soul spirit coins. Only Jing Yuyu rested her chin on her hand and looked at the screen with a seductive look. She was very curious about Lin Feng. Hua! The screen lit up, and the surroundings quieted down. 2 silhouettes appeared in an instant, standing in the 2 light pillars. They had already entered the illusory space. The battle was about to start. What a familiar feeling. I'm here, and it's even better than the virtual space of the Tianwu continent. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng looked calm. He seemed to recall the memories of the Tianwu continent and the training base. He wondered how his fellow apprentices were doing. Things in the world were always similar. That day, he had a bet with Huan Yao, and now he added it again. The only difference was that this time, he would absolutely not show mercy. People like Jia Fei had to be trampled on. Boom! The light screen lit up. Lin Feng's eyes opened, and they shined brightly. For the first time, he used the power of the Fire Martial God, the power of the Star Lord Level Phoenix Natal Plate. On the other side, Jia Fei also exploded. The initiative was very important. Scarlet Fireball. Jia Fei's hands appeared, and a shocking fireball condensed into a bright red starlight. The fireball and star power merged perfectly, forming a condensed and shocking power that flew towards Lin Feng. And at that moment, bang, bang, 2 reborn fireballs appeared, and Lin Feng didn't dodge at all. They were used at the same time. But the same fireball had a completely different feeling. Lin Feng's fireball had starlight covering the outside of the fireball, while Jia Fei's fireball had the power of the constellation combined perfectly with the fireball. The difference between the two was immediately obvious. Oh, I see. Lin Feng pondered for a while, and his eyes glistened. After the battle, he finally knew the uniqueness and difference of the fireball. His fireball was still at the Star Sea level. The attacks of the Star Lord level were dominated by the power of the constellation, and they were more powerful and easier to control. He was lagging behind. In an instant, Lin Feng's fireball was scattered. Even though the power of the reborn fire was far superior to Jia Fei's Scarlet Fireball, the structure of the fireball was completely different. It was compact and condensed, and it contained the Tao of the constellation. Lin Feng's fireball was inferior in terms of level. The power of the Scarlet Fireball was released, making Jia Fei's eyes light up. Amidst the flames, he broke 2 of Lin Feng's fireballs in a row. However, in an instant, bang, a violent fireball bloomed in front of him. It was the appearance of a wall of fire, which was rather strange. Not only did it block his vision, but it also made the original fireball seem to have disappeared instantly. In a short period of time. What? Firewall? Jia Fei was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to use such a useless star technique. With a sneer, Jia Fei didn't even think about breaking the wall of fire. Instead, he moved his body slightly and instantly moved out of the range of the wall of fire. The fireball in his hand condensed again, and in the blink of an eye, the scarlet fireball appeared again. The bright red starlight merged perfectly with the fireball. However, where did he go? Jia Fei was dumbfounded. Lin Feng's figure had already disappeared the moment he was blocked by the wall of fire. Wait a minute. Jia Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the wall of fire. The star power of this wall of fire was completely different. It felt boom. The wall of fire was instantly penetrated. What appeared was a black figure, his eyes radiating chilliness. Lin Feng condensed the astonishing power of the constellation and used the wall of fire as a barrier. However, he didn't use it to block the enemy, but to block himself. Lin Feng's aura was extremely domineering, and his eyes were glistening. It was his first time using the star technique of the Phoenix constellation. Control techniques had endless uses. Go! Purple Crystal Spear. Lin Feng smirked coldly. The purple crystal spear in his hand emitted a strong purple glow, although it didn't have the earth-shattering power of the God of War. However, it wasn't difficult to deal with a fire spiritualist who was close to him at all. Jia Fei's face suddenly turned pale, and he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng, who was still competing with him in terms of fireball power, to appear so quickly and suddenly. It was completely unexpected. There was a huge difference in combat experience. Star technique, fire giant. Jia Fei hurriedly retreated, and the starlight in his hand flickered in a futile attempt to cast a summoning star technique. Generally speaking, fire spiritualists would cultivate and comprehend summoning star techniques for blocking and delaying the opponent. However, the battle-hardened Lin Feng obviously wouldn't give him chance. Die. His eyes were cold. The purple crystal spear vibrated and the starlight shot out. Although it wasn't as powerful as a star technique, the addition of flames, coupled with the power of the spear itself, was already earth-shattering enough. A ray of light shone, and Lin Feng's purple crystal spear pierced through all the obstacles. With one blow, Jia Fei was killed instantly. First update. Chapter 748. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. In an instant, Jia Fei died without a burial place. He did not even have the slightest chance to resist. In the illusory space, Lin Feng stood there with his spear. He looked calm and natural, but the killing intent in his eyes had a special charm that made people's hearts jump. That was the aura of someone who had experienced countless killings. Ding! The illusory space lit up. The light screen on Jia Fei's side dimmed completely, while the light screen on Lin Feng's side was shining brightly. A perfect victory. In the illusory space, Jia Fei's necklace had disappeared. And in Lin Feng's illusory space, he had all the bets. An easy victory. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They were extremely shocked, especially Jing Yuyu. Her enchanting body was full of charm and charm. She stared at Lin Feng's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Her chest heaved up and down. Her interest in Lin Feng was even stronger. This Lin Feng, who could make the Lin clan give face, where did he come from? Boom, like fireworks. In an instant, everyone was discussing the battle just now, saliva flying everywhere. It was an exciting battle. To these onlookers, this was undoubtedly a very good show. Only Jia Xiang's face was pale at this time, his brows tightly knitted together, his heart aching to the extreme. Although there was not a 100% chance, Jia Xiang's original calculation was 7-3. His younger brother, Jia Fei's chances of winning should be more than 70%, but he did not expect he would lose so miserably. Damn it, it was not worth it to lose. Jia Xiang was furious. Indeed, I did not expect Lin Feng to be a fire martial artist. His close combat attacks are so powerful. Lu Yikai nodded. Jia Xiang clenched his fists, exasperated, widening the distance, using the fire giant to restrain him, then using the scarlet fireball to exhaust him. His strength was one level higher, and the difference in constellation power was huge. He could easily win in a battle of attrition. He lost because he underestimated the enemy and misjudged the enemy's strength. That's true. Lu Yikai agreed. If they fought according to Jia Xiang's plan, the entire situation would be completely different. The other martial artists who were discussing the battle also expressed their opinions. Every battle between Star Lords could be used as a reference. How to make use of the power of the constellation in a reasonable way and avoid the shortcomings of the Star Lords was a great knowledge, not only in Shirluo County, but in the entire Vermilion Bird Continent and even the southern region. As expected of an expert who made it to the qualifiers last year, Lu Yikai praised with a smile. Everyone looked at Jia Xiang with admiration. However, the latter's heart was bleeding at this moment. Jia Fei losing the clear cloud chain was equivalent to him losing something. Heavy losses. But what could he do? Jia Xiang felt as if a knife was piercing his heart when he saw the soulless Jia Fei walking out. The blow this time was probably enormous to his younger brother, Jia Fei, especially the loss of a treasure like the Azure Cloud Chain. It was like a pain that cut into his skin. I have to think of a way to get the blue cloud chain back. Jia Xiang's eyes sparkled as he pursed his lips. How could an ancestral treasure fall into the hands of others? Oh, an astral treasure? Lin Feng picked up the blue cloud chain and looked it over. It had a faint luster and contained light and agile energy. It was indeed an astral treasure. An astral treasure worth more than 1 billion must be at least 7th grade. Lin Feng nodded. 9th grade astral treasures had a starting price of 10 million. 8th grade astral treasures had a starting price of 100 million, and 7th grade astral treasures had a starting price of 1 billion. I wonder if it's high, medium, or low. Lin Feng smiled and gently pinched the material of the 7th grade astral treasure. His eyes lit up. The workmanship is quite good. I wonder what kind of astral treasure it is and how it will help one's strength. But a 7th grade astral treasure is definitely worth more than 1 billion Dolan coins. What's the real price? With a smile, Lin Feng immediately put away the spoils of war. If he had the chance, he would study it slowly and see if this astral treasure could help his strength. If it was really useless, it would not be too late to sell it. Shiluo County was not like Yanling Prefecture. Here, it was the headquarters of humans. Dolan coins were quite useful. Unlike Yanling Prefecture, sometimes you could not buy good things no matter how much money you had. But if you did not need it here, you could sell it. You could go to various shops, workshops, and even auction houses to get things you wanted or things that could help you improve your strength. Money was very valuable. Amazing, Brother Lin Feng. Liao gave him a thumbs up and greeted him with a big smile. With a smile, Lin Feng looked at Jia Fei, who was not far away, who was in a daze. His eyes were indifferent. He knew very well how thoroughly he had lost this time. Not only had he lost his confidence, but he had also lost a sum of money that he might not be able to bear. But for saying such evil words and acting like this, he deserved this. Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. He was already being polite. If he could fight, he would have died long ago. Feeling the gazes around him, Lin Feng felt helpless, but he also understood that this kind of thing could not be avoided. Among them, one of the sharpest beams of light shone directly at him. Lin Feng turned around and instantly saw a beautiful face with light makeup and sparkling earrings. Her enchanting figure had a seductive aura. Jing Yuyu. She was very easy to recognize. She was the only one in the whole group who was dressed like this and had such good looks. Wah! The figure flashed, bringing with it a fragrant wind. Hello, I am Jing Yuyu. The pleasant voice was like a spring breeze blowing through a bell. Jing Yuyu stretched out her jade-like right hand and smiled. Lin Feng. She stretched out her right hand, and Lin Feng shook hands with her. It was soft to the touch, but there was no ripple in his heart. But there were all kinds of envious and jealous gazes around, as if they wanted to devour Lin Feng. It was the first time they saw Jing Yuyu shake hands with a man. Jing Yu gently played with her earrings and smiled. The battle just now was very exciting. Forgive me for being rude, but I wonder which family's young master Lindigu is from? The Lin family of the Rui district? The Lin family of the Jinmong district? Or the Lin family of the Zhuoyuo district? The county was very big. Shiluo County was divided into 9 districts, 99 central districts, and 9,999 districts. For example, the Lin clan was located in the Qianluo district, one of the 99 central districts, and was one of the top families there. The central districts were already quite impressive. Even the districts in Shiluo County were 10 times larger than Yanling Prefecture. Countless humans lived in the land of the 9 provinces, and the area was huge. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He knew that Jing Yuyu, like the others, obviously thought of him as a disciple of a famous family. Therefore, with her status, she would speak so politely to make friends with him. But, no, I am from Yanling Prefecture, Lin Feng said slowly and softly. Not only was Jing Yuyu surprised, but the surrounding cultivators were also dumbfounded. Was this a joke? A wildland cultivator? Jing Yuyu frowned slightly and came back to her senses in an instant. However, she saw that Lin Feng had already left. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a crystal luster, and she pinched her nose. Is it strange? Deliberately mystifying. Do you think I, Yuyu, am an idiot? Can a wildland cultivator casually take out 1 billion soul coins? Indeed, generally speaking, wildland cultivators were very poor. You want to retreat in order to advance? I won't fall for your trick. Jing Yu stroked her earrings and pouted. However, she still involuntarily glanced in the direction Lin Feng had left and snorted softly. In the Xiaoxiang restaurant, drinking to one's heart's content, Lin Feng and Wan Macho had long been friends. They both came from Yinling Prefecture and were wildland cultivators. Since they had turned enemies into friends, they naturally had endless topics to talk about. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How can I be such a fool to bet with Lin Feng? Wan Macho laughed so hard that he was convulsing. Now that he was free of the burden and responsibility of his family, he had long regained his true nature. Even the Dijiang wizard tribe, a Star Lord, is no match for me, let alone a mere second-order Star Lord. Wan Macho had personally experienced the battle that day. He had witnessed Lin Feng's power. Unfortunately, killing is prohibited in the Shiluo Prefecture's Great District and Central District, Lin Feng said lightly. The law issued by a saint was not to be violated. This was not Yinling Prefecture, where one could do whatever they wanted. Yes, only saints have the right to kill. In the Douling world, strength is indeed supreme. The corners of Wan Macho's mouth curled up as she said with a carefree smile, however, in the 9,999 districts of Yinling Prefecture, killing is not prohibited. That place is 100 times more chaotic than Yinling Prefecture. Many people die every day. Lin Feng nodded and said, excessive peace is not a good thing. Human nature is evil, and killing is a knife in the heart. Human beings had emotions and desires, and all kinds of desires would lead to the evil of human nature. Even saints would inevitably make mistakes, let alone ordinary humans. In Yinling Prefecture, people like Jia Fei could be killed directly. Wan Macho didn't care at all. He had also grown up in killing, and he had countless blood and lives on his hands. He didn't care about human life at all. For him, killing was like eating. How could there be no blood and no killing on the path of a warrior? Ha! As expected of a savage warrior, Lin Feng said valiantly. The corners of Wan Macho's mouth twitched, and he said with a wry smile, "What's wrong, Brother Lin?" "Learn what?" Lin Feng looked at Wan Macho's expression and remembered what Li Hao had said. He immediately understood and drank. So what if they're savage warriors? I'm indeed from Yinling Prefecture. What's it to look down on? They look down on us, but I look down on them. He was very proud to be from Yinling Prefecture and Lian School. Well said. Wan Macho's eyes lit up, and he also drank. I also look down on them. They grew up in a comfortable environment. How could they know the word survival? They were just born in a good family. What have they experienced? Wan Macho's voice was very loud. With the help of alcohol, he seemed to have vented all the unhappiness in his heart. His eyes were shining, and he seemed to have recovered his high-spirited appearance in Yinling Prefecture. However, at this moment, savage warriors will always be savage warriors. They don't know what they're talking about. A faint voice came. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Second update, brothers. Let's vote for you. Chapter 749. What did you say? Wan Macho was furious. Are you deaf? Or was I wrong to call you a barbarian? The voice came again. It was a man in luxurious clothes with a braid. He was dressed in a strange way. However, his gestures were quite charming. He put down the cup and stood up. Whoosh! His eyes glittered as he looked at them. Wan Macho's heart shook violently, and Lin Feng was also stunned. He's so strong. What a terrifying mental pressure of a heavenly soul master. He's a star, sector-level expert. Lin Feng immediately understood and took a step forward. The man in luxurious clothes with a braid was very strong. Lin Feng stood in front of Wan Macho. If Wan Macho was pressured by the man in luxurious clothes again, she would not be able to withstand it. Although killing was forbidden here, the man in luxurious clothes was only using his mental pressure. He was just looking with his eyes, so it didn't count. If Wan Macho couldn't withstand it and knelt down then, this time they would be humiliated. Not only that, but all the savage barbarians would be humiliated. They couldn't back down. Lin Feng stared at the man in luxurious clothes and gritted his teeth. His body trembled slightly. Even though his life soul was strong enough, he couldn't withstand it. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. However, bang! Lin Feng clenched his fists. His strongest points were his willpower and stubbornness. Don't expect me to kneel to you. I won't do it even if I die. Lin Feng's eyes glittered as he resisted with all his strength. He would not back down even a single step. Ridiculous. Humph. How stupid to fight with our master. The man and the woman behind the man in luxurious clothes said disdainfully. They crossed their arms in front of their chest proudly. Oh. The man in luxurious clothes looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. A level 1-star Lord Warrior was able to withstand his mental pressure? Very interesting. At the same time, wow, it's a master. It's really Master Yin Qing. Wow, it's him. I saw him in person. Cheers could be heard all around. The crowd was in an uproar, and many women were throwing flirtatious glances at him, their hearts filled with admiration. To be crowned with the title of Great Master, that was the existence of the 4 great auxiliary professions Earth rank. For example, Earth rank Tool, Refinement Master, Earth rank Star, Symbol Master. What did Earth rank existences signify? Regardless of anything else, the first condition was that one's strength had to reach Star Domain level or above. Otherwise, how could one create Earth rank Star glyphs and star pills? The finely dressed man in front of him was precisely the Earth rank inscriber, Yin Qing. In Shirluo County, he was one of the top inscriptionists. At this moment, behind him, the young man and young woman in luxurious clothes both raised their heads high and were extremely proud. As Yin Qing's disciples, they were quite proud. In an instant, the pressure on his body disappeared. Lin Feng's chest heaved up and down. His expression was a little ugly. Even though he had 2 life spirits, and his main life spirit was fused with the Astral, he almost couldn't withstand it. The man in luxurious clothes with a whip was not simple at all. He was definitely the most terrifying heavenly soul master he had ever seen. If he really wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. A Star Domain level powerhouse. Hey, little guy, are you really a savage warrior? Yin Qing asked slowly. His 2 disciples behind him were startled. Yes. Lin Feng's voice was deep, neither servile nor overbearing. In a short time, his aura had recovered. After all, it was just spiritual pressure, not an attack from a heavenly soul master. Although this powerhouse by the name of Yin Qing spoke arrogantly, it was obvious that he abided by the rules. At this moment, Wan Macho also stepped forward. Her expression was serious. Just now, she couldn't move because of the pressure, but now that she had regained her mobility, she naturally advanced and retreated with Lin Feng. She stood beside Lin Feng like steel. Wan Macho used her actions to express her attitude. 2 barbarians. That's interesting. Yin Qing suddenly smiled. Glancing at Lin Feng, Yin Qing narrowed his eyes. Little guy, are you interested in learning from me? His voice was calm, but in an instant, the surroundings were silent. Everyone was stunned. In an instant, Master! Master! Behind him, the finely dressed young man and the finely dressed young woman immediately shouted. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Everyone was engaged in a heated discussion. They looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. What did it mean to make Master Yin Qing say such words? Even if he wasn't a disciple, he would be one of his disciples. One honor. One had to know that many talented young warriors wanted to be Yin Qing's disciple, but they were rejected at the door. Now, Yin Qing actually took the initiative to take him in as a disciple. However, I'm not interested. Lin Feng rejected without thinking. In an instant, the surroundings were silent. The development of the situation was far beyond everyone's expectations. One wave after another. No way. A pie in the sky fell from the sky. It was something that others couldn't even ask for, but this barbarian youth in front of them refused. Was there something wrong with him? Yin Qing also smiled. This is interesting. Do you know who I am, little guy? An Earth rank inscription master. Lin Feng replied indifferently. It was difficult for him to not know about the commotion around him. My master is one of the top 3 inscription masters in Sherluo County. Master Yenqing. The finely dressed young woman behind him raised her head proudly. Why are you talking so much to him, junior sister? The finely dressed young man curled his lips. How would those barbarians know so much? They only know how to fight and kill. They're an uncivilized barbarian race. How would they know about the existence of inscription masters and the mysteriousness and nobility of inscription arrays? Is that so? Lin Feng said indifferently. He looked at Yenqing and then at the finely dressed young man. He smiled slightly. In that case, do you dare to compete with me? Huh? There was a soft sound of surprise around them. The finely dressed young man suddenly laughed. Barbarians are barbarians. They only know how to fight. All right, I and Lu will tell you. Even if it is something that you barbarians are best at and proud of, we warriors of the 9 provinces can do it too. In fact, we can do it better than you. Let's go. See you in the real world. The finely dressed young man, and Lu, raised his head proudly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's voice sounded. It was neither servile nor overbearing. I want to compete with you in inscription arrays, Lin Feng said indifferently. There was complete silence. Everyone's eyes widened, including the finely dressed young man and Lu and Yenqing. Did they hear wrongly? Compete with inscription arrays? Wan Macho also widened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She did not know what Lin Feng was up to. Others might not know, but he knew Lin Feng's background the best. When did Lin Feng learn how to draw inscription arrays? Was this a joke? Suddenly, what a joke. He wants to compete with Master Yenqing's disciple in inscription arrays. These barbarians are really ignorant. Do they think it's so easy to be an inscription master? Everyone roared with laughter. When they came back to their senses, they held their stomachs and laughed wildly. They looked as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The young girl in luxurious clothes chuckled as she gazed at Lin Feng and sneered. My senior brother, Luke, has inherited the true teachings of Master. He's a grade 5 inscription master, and he obtained the 3rd place in the last star of inscription masters competition. Although my senior brother is young, many famous inscription masters can't compare to him. And Lu looked at Lin Feng and said mockingly, Barbarian, do you know how to draw inscription arrays? Didn't you say that the martial artists of the 9 continents can do what we barbarians are best at? Let me tell you, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his words were sonorous. We barbarians can do what you martial artists of the 9 continents are best at. Moreover, we can do it better than you. His imposing manner silenced all the voices in the surroundings. Suddenly, good, very good. Yenqing smiled valiantly and clapped his hands. Little guy, I admire you. Today, I'll be the judge. We'll compete as you wish. We'll decide the winner in 1 round. Yenqing nodded and looked at Lin Feng. He said slowly, for the sake of fairness, you could decide the content of this competition. As long as it's about inscription arrays, it's fine. Master, Lu said anxiously. He was a 5th grade inscription master. If he had to compete with a barbarian in drawing inscription arrays in public, he would probably lose face even if he won. However, when he saw Yenqing's gaze, Lu immediately became dispirited and didn't dare to say anything. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Let's compete in time inscription arrays. Oh, Yenqing's eyes flashed. Draw time inscription arrays? How many times? 2 times? 3 times? Or 10 times? Lin Feng nodded. Perhaps 2 times or 4 times the time inscription arrays were simpler, but he didn't know how to draw them. The only thing he knew was 10 times. 10 times? Lu sneered. If you can draw 10 times the time inscription arrays, you're a 5th grade inscription master. The girl in luxurious clothes also looked at Lin Feng in shock. She was extremely surprised. Even she didn't know how to draw 10 times the time inscription arrays. She could only draw the time engraving formation at 3 times the normal rate. So, she was a 7th grade engraving master. She could only draw the time engraving formation at 5 times the normal rate when she was in her best condition, so she kept failing the 6th grade engraving master exam. She didn't even dare to think about drawing 10 times the time inscription arrays. However, this unassuming black-clothed barbarian in front of her was actually using this as a wager. Did he really know how to draw? The girl in luxurious clothes couldn't help but frown. All right. Yanqing's eyes lit up. He originally thought that Lin Feng would make some tricky request, but he didn't expect him to propose such a fair competition. Drawing time inscription arrays was the basic standard of an inscription master's examination. It was very good for a competition. The more basic something was, the more one could see the inscription master's strength. Brother Lin, do you really know how to draw time inscription arrays? Juan Macho lowered his voice and asked softly. Until now, he was still confused and in disbelief. However, since Lin Feng made such a solemn vow, it seemed like it was true. Maybe. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The ambiguous answer made Juan Macho even more confused. However, what he said next made everyone's jaws drop. By the way, can someone lend me an inscription pen? Lin Feng asked embarrassedly. He almost forgot that he didn't have an inscription pen. The scene was silent. Third update. Chapter 750. How could an inscriber not have an inscribing pen? For example, an alchemist's cauldron, an inscriber's cauldron, and an inscriber's inscribing pen were very important. For example, Lin Feng's spear technique had already reached the rudimentary spear realm. It was built on familiar weapons, such as the Nightmare Demon Spear and the Amethyst Spear. So what if he changed to another spear? Whether he could adapt to it was a problem. How much strength he could unleash was another problem. An inscriber's inscribing pen was usually custom-made. According to the inscriber's height, strength, palm size, and strength, the inscriber's inscribing pen would be extremely fine. This was because the inscribing array itself was about fine details and perfection. In fact, the 4 deputy professions were exactly the same in this aspect. How could an inscriber not have his own inscribing pen? Wow! The surrounding crowd instantly burst into an uproar. All kinds of voices could be heard. Some were puzzled, and some were guessing if Lin Feng said this on purpose. However, most of them were mocking and ridiculing him. Everyone pointed at him, and their faces were full of contempt. Just as Lu said, how could a barbarian know how to draw an inscribing array? Ridiculous. Oomph. And Lu crossed his arms in disdain. To him, having to compete with such an opponent was simply an insult to him. The well-dressed girl looked at Lin Feng with even more curiosity. At this moment, cold sweat was dripping from Juan Macho's forehead. He was alarmed. At this moment, he was finally sure Lin Feng really did not know how to draw an inscribing array. Which inscriber did not have an inscribing pen? It was just like how Heaven Realm martial artists did not have weapons. The braid behind Yanqing's head swayed slightly. He looked at Lin Feng with even more curiosity. However, he could not see through this barbarian. It was fine if Lin Feng was just fooling around. However, he had seen countless people. The confidence and calm expression on Lin Feng's face were not fake. Instead, he really did have some skills. Interesting. Yanqing smiled faintly. Are you trying to tell me that you can beat my disciple without using your inscribing pen? Then let's try and see if you are really that confident. Yanqing immediately understood, and a light flashed in his hand. Little you, Yanqing called out softly. Yes, master. When she saw the amethyst sandalwood box in her master's hand, her eyes lit up, and she extended her hand to receive it respectfully. He gently opened it, and in an instant, a faint light burst out. An engraving pen that was 5 meters long appeared in front of him. Stream water? Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed. Every inscription master usually carried 2 to 3 inscription brushes with him to draw different inscription formations. This was especially true for a master like Yanqing, who had nearly 10 inscription brushes. His persistence and fastidiousness when it came to drawing inscription formations was one of the main reasons why he could become one of the top 3 inscriptionists in Shiluo County. This stream, was one of Yin Qing's inscription brushes. It was light and agile and easy to control. For a new inscription master, it was a priceless treasure. I obtained this stream water when I first entered the sect. I rarely use it now. Yin Qing said softly, compared to the inscription brushes used by my disciple, and Lu, each has its own merits. We are evenly matched. This is a fair competition. Lin Feng reached out and took the stream water that Qin Xiaoyu carefully handed to him. His eyes shone slightly. It was light to the touch, but it was also very textured. When he held it in his hand, he felt a sense of freedom. The lines of the brush were smooth and perfect. It was very comfortable. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded. As he held the stream water inscription brush, he felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. An image seemed to appear in his mind. The brush in his hand was very similar to this stream water inscription brush. It was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And at that moment, whoosh, and Lu took out his own inscription brush. The tip of the brush condensed, and the brush was thick and sturdy. A golden dragon coiled around it, and it exuded a clear and domineering aura. Golden dragon. And Lu raised his head and held the inscription brush with unusual confidence. This golden dragon inscription brush had accompanied him to the third place in the previous New Star Inscriber competition. With his control ability, an ordinary inscription brush like the stream water that was easy to control and release astral power was far inferior to his golden dragon. Bang! Bang! Yin Qing's eyes lit up. He exerted force with both hands, and two streams of energy shot out instantly. A halo flashed and separated the two cuboid barriers. The surrounding crowd was instantly pushed 100 meters away, forming a huge, empty window. At that moment, the number of people around was still increasing. Not only could they see Master Yin Qing, but they could also watch a show. Beside the Xiaoxiang restaurant. Senior sister, did you hear that? It's Master Yin Qing. A delicate and pretty girl blushed. She was overjoyed. Yes. A girl in her 20s responded softly. Her facial features were exquisite, and she had a beauty that could captivate birds and beasts. Even on this bustling street full of beauties, she stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Especially her delicate skin, which was as smooth as jade and as fair as snow. Lin Yuma was one of the two rising stars of the Lin clan that Wan Macho had mentioned. I heard that his disciple is competing with someone. The delicate and pretty girl, Lin Meiyu, covered her mouth and chuckled. It's that overconfident and Lu who wants to pursue you, senior sister. With a smile, Lin Yuma's eyes lit up. Let's go, your Master Yin Qing is a distinguished guest of the Lin clan. Since he sees us as juniors, he should greet us. That's great, senior sister. The delicate and pretty girl, Lin Meiyu, said happily. Are there any problems with the rules of the competition? Yin Qing looked at the two of them. No, Lin Feng and Lu said in unison. Very good. Yin Qing nodded. The time inscription array is exactly 10 times. It's the test for the advancement of an inscription master. There are standards for everything. First, the area must be 50 by 50 square meters. Second, the time inscription must be exactly 10 times. Finally, it must be able to operate completely. If you fail any one of the 3 standards, you will fail. If you pass all of them, it will be decided by the quality and inscription speed, Yin Qing said slowly. He looked at Lin Feng and Lu. Is there anything else you want to add? No. Lin Feng shook his head with a calm expression. To him, this was already the most suitable rule. It's just a waste of time. How can a mere barbarian draw a time inscription array that's 10 times faster? And Lu's eyes were filled with disdain. He glanced at Lin Feng, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw 2 beautiful figures not far behind Lin Feng. One of them was senior sister, its senior Yin Qing and Lu. Lin Meiyu said excitedly. Little Yu is here, too. I saw them. Lin Yuma's voice was clear and lively. That Lu is really arrogant and despotic. Lin Meiyu had just heard Lu's words. She curled her lips and snorted softly. Lin Yuma smiled lightly. After all, He's third in the star of the new inscription masters. Under Master Yenqing's nurturing, it's certain that he'll become an Earth-rank inscription master in the future. He does have the right to be arrogant. Tisk, Lin Meiyu spat. In front of senior sister, he's still obedient like a mangy dog. Lin Yuma frowned slightly. Don't talk nonsense, you. Yes, senior sister. Lin Meiyu stuck out her little tongue and glanced at Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity. Who's this black-clothed youth? Is he also an inscription master? Why haven't I seen him before? He's actually competing with Enlu in drawing inscription arrays. He's really bold. Although she didn't like Enlu, Lin Meiyu still spoke the truth. When it came to drawing inscription arrays, Enlu was indeed very good. According to senior sister's words, that was, he did have the right to be arrogant. I haven't seen him either, Lin Yuma said softly, her beautiful eyes shining. She had more or less seen the younger generation of martial artists in and around the Qianluo district, but Lin Feng was very unfamiliar. However, Shiluo Commandery was so big. It was normal that she hadn't seen him before. Lin Meiyu looked at Lin Feng, and her expression changed instantly. Senior sister, look. Looking in the direction Lin Meiyu was pointing, Lin Yuma immediately saw a small half of a token on Lin Feng's waist. She was also shocked. The clan's token. He is a member of our Lin clan? Lin Yuma murmured softly, but her doubts deepened. She had never seen Lin Feng in the clan. Moreover, each skill had its own specialization. The Lin clan was proficient in refining weapons. How could they draw inscription arrays? It was like a family that had passed down the sword for generations. It was a little too strange that a descendant of a family that had run off to practice broadswords. Wow, so young. He's about the same age as you, senior sister. Lin Meiyu finally caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's face and exclaimed. At this time, Lin Feng and Enlu were completely in position. The competition was ready to begin at any time. Lin Yuma watched gently, her beautiful eyes shining. Just wait and see how I'll make you lose face. Enlu was very proud. He had always wanted to show off his skills in front of Lin Yuma, so that the goddess of his dreams would have a good impression of him. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. Now, he finally had a great opportunity. Originally, he was disdainful of competing with Lin Feng, but now, instead, he was very grateful to Lin Feng. He had given him the chance to be a hero. With Lin Yuma watching, Enlu felt his blood boiling. He held the golden dragon inscription pen in his hand and was very excited. Very soon, he would allow everyone to witness his, Enlu's, strength. Will it really be fine? Juan Macho was very worried. Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He could feel Juan Macho's sincere concern. He gave her a thumbs up and said, it should be fine. Indeed, he could only say that it should be fine. Although he had successfully replicated the sword embryo before, it was still an inscription array. However, no matter what, it was his first time drawing an inscription formation. If he said that it was 100% possible, he was indeed not confident. However, there was a 90% chance of success. Lin Feng glanced at the proud Enlu and closed his eyes. Lin Feng took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He opened his eyes with a swoosh. In a flash, he came to the center. Faint starlight gathered in his hand. All the sounds in the surroundings disappeared. He was perfectly focused. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he held the stream engraving pen. The competition had officially begun. First update, today's fourth update. I've finished writing, next update 1930. Chapter 751. Dong! The bell rang crisply. As if the sound of Sanskrit had entered their ears, the crowd quieted down. Yenqing's eyes were sparkling. Everyone, including Juan Macho and Lin Yuma, was staring at the center of the competition. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The duel of the inscription masters had begun. Holding the golden dragon engraving pen in his hand, Enlu condensed his spirit. His whole body was covered in dazzling starlight. He had already forgotten everything. Faint starlight flashed on the source. The most important thing in the time engraving formation was to draw the source and finish it. The source of the inscription formation was like the heart of a human being or the root of a plant. Crazy astral power was poured in, and the source was glowing brilliantly. Enlu's gold dragon pen was waving nonstop. In the narrow space, he was drawing the most critical lines of the source with a frequency and subtle changes that were barely distinguishable by the naked eye. Every inch of the lines was exactly the same as the last one. Although Enlu was arrogant, he did have the strength and capital. The third place in the star of new inscription masters was not an undeserved reputation. Yes, Yanqing nodded with a smile. Others might not be able to understand it, but as a master of engraving, he could clearly see through any small detail of the engraving formation. He's excited and focused. Enlu is in a good state today. The source of the time inscription formation, with 10 times the rate, is 80% perfect. Yanqing nodded his head in satisfaction. According to Enlu's usual standards, he wasn't good at drawing the source of the time inscription formation. Besides, the golden dragon inscription pen emphasized hardness rather than softness. It was good enough that he could draw the source of the time inscription formation with 70% perfection. Obviously, he was performing better than usual today. He knew in his heart that Enlu was most skilled in drawing enormous formations, and he was skilled in handling and balancing large areas. After all, he's not as meticulous as a woman. Enlu can only draw the source of the time inscription formation with 80% perfection. If it were Xiaoyu, she could draw 90% perfection under normal circumstances. What a pity! Yanqing shook his head. Xiaoyu's star power and handling ability were far inferior to Enlu's. Not to mention the time inscription formation with 10 times the rate. Even the time inscription formation with 5 times the rate couldn't pass the test. The two disciples each had their advantages and disadvantages. But this barbarian, what is he doing? Yanqing frowned. The competition had already begun, and Enlu had even completed half of the source, but Lin Feng was still standing with his brush in hand, eyes closed and motionless. He was like a statue. What happened to that barbarian? You don't know how to draw? That goes without saying. You can tell even if you use your ass to think. Haha, these savage martial artists are really a disgrace. If they don't have the ability, then don't come here to make a fool of themselves. I'm so stupid. I'm still looking forward to it. What's there to look forward to? If he's really an inscription master, why doesn't he have an inscription brush? F***CK, his bragging skills are really good. His expression didn't change, and his heart didn't beat faster. Even I was fooled by him. Everyone chimed in one after another, mocking and ridiculing him incessantly. As soon as he made a move, he would know whether he had it or not. On the other side, Enlu's brush flew like it was flying. On the other side, Lin Feng stood still like an idiot. Who would fight like this? Anyone could tell which was better and which was worse. Come on, Brother Lin, Brother Lin. Juan Macho clenched his fists tightly. No matter what, he would stand on Lin Feng's side. If he was going to lose face, he would lose face together. What was there to be afraid of? Anyway, he had already prepared himself mentally. How embarrassing. Lin Meiyu covered her face and didn't dare to look. There was no doubt that the identity token of the Lin clan was on Lin Feng's waist. It was embarrassing for him to lose face like this. Barbarian, Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes flashed as she murmured softly. Her beautiful face, coupled with her snow-white skin, had long attracted the attention of the surrounding people. What a joke. Who didn't know the two rising stars of the Lin clan and the first beauty of the Qianluo district? Lin Yuma stared at Lin Feng, a young man who she didn't know before, with curiosity. She knew most of the martial artists above the Star Lord level in the clan, but this young man in front of her was very mysterious. Did he really know how to draw an inscription array? Just as this thought appeared in Lin Yuma's mind, in an instant, Lin Feng moved. Whoosh! His eyes shone brilliantly, as if lightning was shooting in all directions. The blurry figure in his mind was now completely clear. Lin Feng had already simulated the light of the starry sky eyes in his mind. This time, it was a real simulation. It was an unforgettable display of power. He held the Creek inscription pen in his hand, and it completely overlapped with the floating light. Pong! Red starlight flashed. The destined star plate emitted energy, and the constellation power was constantly consumed and replenished. To draw such a huge inscription array, one had to have the support of a strong constellation power. Otherwise, it would be difficult to draw it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The starlight gathered. It passed from his hand to the inscription pen, and then he used the inscription pen to draw the inscription array. Lin Feng waved the inscription pen like the wind. Under the bright starlight, the inscription array was drawn clearly. He could control it freely. This is the feeling. So this is how to draw the inscription array. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and he was completely immersed in his own world. Although he had simulated it once, when he really drew it, it was now. This was the first time. The Creek inscription pen was as smooth as a snake, and Lin Feng's drawing was light and agile. It was a perfect combination. His body almost didn't move at all. Only the shaking of his wrist and the movement of his elbow formed a sharp contrast with Enlu's drawing. It was like two different styles of sword moves. One was delicate like a painting, and the other was bold and open. Soft and firm. He really knows how to draw. Juan Macho was so nervous that his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were exposed. Ha ha, Brother Lin. Brother Lin is really good at hiding. The sadness on Juan Macho's face disappeared, and his excitement was obvious. Although he was a layman and didn't understand the inscription array, Lin Feng's movements were so skillful and decisive that he was even faster than Enlu. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a martial artist. It wasn't a big problem to win or lose. At least it proved that Lin Feng could also draw the inscription array. Even if he lost, he would lose honorably. In fact, Juan Macho didn't expect Lin Feng to win. After all, Enlu was a 5th grade inscription master. How many inscription masters were there in the Qianluo district? How many of them could reach the grade? And how many 5th grade inscription masters could reach the grade? Yeah, he really knows how to draw, senior sister. Lin Meiyu was very surprised. Yes. Lin Yuma nodded slightly and looked at Lin Feng with more curiosity. Although she wasn't an inscription master, she was a weapon refiner. The 4 deputy professions had many things in common, such as the control of star power. In this aspect, Lin Yuma had a deep understanding. Lin Feng in front of her had a very strong control of star power. He was amazingly powerful. What a deep understanding of inscription master. He's not inferior to Enlu at all. Lin Yuma whispered in her heart, her beautiful eyes flashing. Does our Lin clan have such an amazing inscription master with such amazing potential? The more questions she had, the more curious Lin Yuma became. At this moment, everyone's shock couldn't compare to that of one person. Yin Qing. He was dumbstruck. There weren't many things that could shock Yin Qing. For hundreds of years, his emotions had never fluctuated so much. Even if he participated in the inscription master competition, won an award, and successfully drew an extremely difficult inscription array, it was far from being as shocking as it was now. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. Perfect, it's really perfect. 100% perfect. How is this possible? Yin Qing murmured. He was a little dumbfounded. He had only accepted 2 disciples, which was already quite good in Shiluo County. Take Enlu, for example. At his age, there were no more than 1 inscription master with more potential than him in the entire Shiluo County. Even his second disciple, Qin Xiaoyu, whose aptitude was slightly inferior, would definitely become an Earth-rank inscription master in the future. But now, he realized, compared to Lin Feng, his 2 disciples were like 2 pieces of rock, without any distinguishing features. The piece in front of him was the real unpolished jade. No, it's not unpolished jade. It's a fully formed jade pendant. Yin Qing was completely shocked, and his hands were trembling. Looking at Lin Feng holding the Creek inscription pen and swinging it like the wind, his heart beat extremely fast. That level of concentration, that level of control, that level of meticulous drawing. How many days and nights of incessant tempering and drawing would one be able to reach such a level? Even Yin Qing himself knew that he could only draw a little faster, but in terms of technique, he was already impeccable, because no matter how picky he was, it was already beyond his ability. Wait, Yin Qing was dumbfounded. He didn't notice it earlier, but now he saw it clearly. This barbarian's movements, impossible. How can this be? It must be a coincidence. No, it must be. Yin Qing clenched his teeth. Although he was watching Lin Feng's movements, his expression was abnormally absent-minded. It was exactly the same. It was as if he was watching himself drawing the inscription array. Whether it was the feeling, the movement, or even the way he held the pen, there was no difference in the drawing. It was as if he was drawing in a mirror. Yin Qing's mind was completely blank. He was so stunned that his heart almost stopped beating. Every inscription master had their own, unique way of holding the pen. Even disciples of the same lineage would not be the same. Yin Qing knew that his method of holding the pen was not orthodox, but this barbarian in front of him, and the movement of drawing the origin should normally be all the muscles in the body moving, or the shaking of the arms and wrists to coordinate with the drawing. However, only Lin Feng's wrist was moving. He used his elbow to form a meridian, which looked like a meandering stream. This movement was his own creation. Together with the Creek inscription pen, it brought the soft side of the drawing to the extreme. Not to mention his two disciples. Even all the inscription masters in Shirluo County did not know this move. It was exactly the same as the inscription master's unique secret skill. It was shocking to the extreme. Yin Qing was completely stunned. Second update. Chapter 752. Wow. Enlu was the first to finish drawing the source. The corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction, and he was extremely excited. With Lin Yumal watching from the side, in order to perform well in front of the beauty, he performed exceptionally well this time. Even the source that he wasn't good at was 80% perfect. Very good. Enlu's golden dragon engraving pen seemed to be howling, causing his blood to boil. Enlu's mood was very comfortable at this moment, and he entered a state of excitement. Drawing in such a state was definitely rare and precious. This time, the tenfold rate of the time inscription formation would be the best one he had ever drawn. The most perfect performance. Clang, clang. The drawing of the large formation began. It was very important to balance and draw with one stroke. The requirement of astral power was very important. If the drawing of the source was said to be soft, then the drawing of the large formation was said to be hard. This was what Enlu was best at, and it was also the biggest characteristic of the Golden Dragon engraving pen. A good engraving pen should be able to bring out the best aspects of an engraver to the extreme. It would improve the perfection of the engraving formation from the root. Clang! Starlight shone brightly. Enlu's drawing of the large formation had already begun. TSK, I didn't expect that barbarian to really know how to draw the engraving formation. Tisk, who knows if he's drawing it or not? Maybe he's just making up the numbers. That's right. Even if he knows how to draw, he wasted so much time in the beginning. He can't catch up. Look, Master Yin Qing's disciple has already started to draw the large formation. The disciples of famous sects are indeed different. They're vigorous and full of vigor when they draw. Unlike this barbarian. Look, he's as feminine as a woman. Ah, you're right. They really do look alike. Indeed, the martial artists of the 9 provinces had been prejudiced against the barbarian world for a long time. One could even pick bones in an egg, let alone drawing an engraving formation. Laymen couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. In fact, they didn't even know how the engravers competed. How could it be so easy to see through the 4 deputy professions? It was quite profound. We can't catch up. That idiot, wasting so much time in the beginning. Lin Meiyu pouted. They were both members of the Lin clan. Although she didn't know where Lin Feng got his title of barbarian, it was a fact that Lin Feng was from the same clan. Therefore, she naturally treated him as one of her own. Moreover, Lin Meiyu didn't like Enlu very much. She couldn't wait for Enlu to lose and dampen his spirit. It's not over yet. Anything is possible. Lin Yumal grinned. He temporarily put down the doubts in his heart and carefully watched the competition. There was no point in thinking too much about it. When the competition was over, he would ask Lin Feng, and everything would come alight. Even though Lin Yuma was standing in the middle of a crowd, he was still so dazzling, like a pearl mixed in the mud. Her captivating appearance and delicate skin caused all the men in the surroundings to glance at her from the corner of their eyes as they swallowed their saliva. It was too beautiful. Time passed bit by bit. Lin Feng finished the last stroke and completed the drawing of the source. Very good. It's exactly the same. With a smile on his face, Lin Feng was very satisfied. The complicated drawing of the source was what he was most worried about at first. It was incomparably meticulous, as if it was sculpting a piece of art. The slightest mistake could cause the entire inscription formation to fail. However, he perfectly copied the movements of the figure in his mind. Everything seemed to flow naturally without any difficulties or obstacles. It was as if it was just like copying. All he needed was his full attention. His body seemed to be controlled by an inexplicable force. He was already familiar with it. It wasn't as difficult as it seemed to be. I'm afraid even the inscription master himself can't distinguish it. Lin Feng smiled casually. However, he didn't know that the person was the inscription master in front of him, Yin Qing. What he copied and secretly learned was Yin Qing's masterpiece. Yin Qing had an excellent relationship with the Lin clan. The source of the flash didn't seem to be different from Enlu's, but true experts could completely see through it. For example, Yin Qing and Qin Xiaoyu. Although the little girl wasn't as shocked as Yin Qing, she still widened her eyes and opened her mouth in shock. She couldn't close it at all. What a perfect drawing of the source. It's not wrong at all. It's too similar to Master's drawing. He's really amazing. Qin Xiaoyu stared blankly at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with incomparable admiration. After learning from her master, she was best at meticulous processing of the source. She was extremely accomplished and was even better than Enlu in this aspect. Now, looking at Lin Feng's extremely exquisite source drawing, it was far better than her senior brother's. It was like two stone carvings. One had a rough surface, while the other had soft and beautiful lines. Although they looked exactly the same from afar, the difference was obvious up close. The inscription master's soft control. It wasn't just soft. It was a combination of hardness and softness. Most of the time, an inscription master's drawing technique was fixed. For example, Enlu's drawing was broad and wide. Qin Xiaoyu's drawing was delicate and smooth. The drawing of an inscription array had a lot to do with one's personality. However, a true inscription master, such as Yin Qing, who had practiced to the peak, had a completely different technique. When it was time to be soft, it would be naturally soft. When it was time to be delicate, it would be naturally delicate. As for drawing a large array, it was about balance in the general direction. It was about being imposing and bold. Yin Qing's personality was a little delicate. Therefore, in order to overcome this aspect, he had put in a lot of effort. Drawing a large array was even more unique. Although it wasn't extremely domineering, it also had the same effect. It was like the way of attack. Some cultivators focused on the strengthening of strength, but Yin Qing focused on speed, using speed to make up for the lack of strength. However, such a result would lead to a rapid consumption of star power, and it would be several times more difficult to control star power. It was very difficult, very difficult. Yin Qing himself had gone through countless sweat to achieve his current achievements. It wasn't easy to overcome his weakness. However, it was because of this that Yin Qing was able to perfect his technique and achieve the title of master. However, Lin Feng, he had already performed perfectly on his first try. Buzz, 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 buzz. A rainbow of starlight was formed. Lin Feng's speed was very fast. No, it should be said that he was very fast. Compared to Enlu, he was 5 times faster. As he crazily drew the large array, Lin Feng's entire body was like a layer of illusion. The control of star power erupted with a resplendent light. The red starlight completely covered Enlu's starlight. It was as if there were 2 stars in the sky. One was bright, while the other was extremely dim. The The surrounding people couldn't help but gasp. Looking at Lin Feng's drawing, those who had just said that Lin Feng was slow were all dumbfounded. Lin Meiyu was included. Her eyes were wide open and filled with surprise. He caught up, Lin Meiyu said in disbelief. Lin Yuma nodded slightly. His eyes were extremely bright, and his chest rose and fell slightly. She didn't know about other techniques, but she knew very well about the control of star power and the shocking fluctuation of energy. Lin Feng's control ability was far inferior to hers, let alone Enlu. As he moved like the wind, the large array was half completed in an instant. At this time, Enlu was only 1/3 done. What shocking efficiency! On the other side, amazing, too amazing. Wamacho was overjoyed. He clenched his fists tightly. Seeing Lin Feng's invincible power, he finally felt relieved. Although he couldn't understand, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Feng was much better than Enlu. Just the way he drew and the domineering aura alone was something that Enlu couldn't compare to. One was like a slow tortoise, while the other was like a wild hurricane. It was a pure feeling. Of course, in Wamacho's heart, he was biased toward Lin Feng. In fact, just like the onlookers, no matter how perfect Lin Feng's performance was, they were still biased toward Enlu. TSK, I don't even know what he's drawing. Damn it. That's right. Look at the master's disciple. He's so good at drawing. What's the use of being fast? Humph. He must be cutting corners and piling up the array carelessly. This barbarian wants to win by surprise and beat his opponent with speed. He doesn't know that the inscribed array he's going to draw later is a defective one. Let's see how he's going to deal with it. Everyone spoke one after another, ridiculing him to the extreme. At this time, with everyone's comments, Lin Feng had drawn 3/4 of the array. It was not far from the end. Yes, that's it, but it's consuming a lot of star power. Lin Feng felt uneasy. If he hadn't replenished his star power quickly, the drawing of the array would have failed. Although he had completely copied the drawing technique of the inscribed array, his foundation was still too weak. He already felt heavy pressure when he drew to the end. Fortunately, although I'm only in the first level of the Star-Lord level, my constellation power is comparable to the 3rd level of the Star-Lord level. Lin Feng felt lucky. The recovery of the constellation power wasn't related to one's level, but to the only main star in the small cosmos in his life soul. The red starlight kept flashing, sometimes dimming and sometimes brightening. It was a delicate balance. However, in the end, it was still falling. As Lin Feng drew, time went by, and the prototype of the array gradually appeared. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't do it alone. After all, he was only in the first level of the Star-Lord level. It was still too difficult for him to draw a time-inscribed array that could only be drawn by a level 5 refiner. After calculating everything, Lin Feng even took his own recovery ability into consideration. However, he didn't know that his star power was still a little bit short. Just a little bit more. Damn it, I'm going to fail. Even though he was unwilling to give up, there was nothing Lin Feng could do. No matter how perfect the drawing was in his head and how impeccable the simulation was reality after all. There were too many changes. Man proposes, God disposes. 3rd update, added at 2300 hours. Chapter 753. Lin Yuma's eyes flashed. She was the only one who noticed it before anyone else realized what was going on. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in her hand. Lin Yuma flicked her delicate hand, and a round pill flew out. The flying power penetrated the barrier set up by Yin Qing. Yin Qing had recovered from a shock. He frowned and was very unhappy. As a judge, this was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. Not to mention that it was just a competition. How could he allow anyone to ruin Lin Feng's perfect performance? He was about to stop her when suddenly a crisp sound came to his ears. Yin Qing immediately looked over and saw Lin Yuma's soft smile. Then he remembered what Yuma had said to him, and he quickly glanced at Lin Feng. Yin Qing was shocked. He only paid attention to Lin Feng's movements, but he didn't notice the change in Lin Feng's astral power. Fortunately, this astral pill came in time. Otherwise, this perfect competition would be ruined because of a lack of astral power. That would be a pity. Lin Feng was surprised. Elementary astral power acceleration pill. Take it. A pleasant voice came to his ears. Lin Feng suddenly saw a small round pill that was shining with a faint light, flying towards him at a high speed. His astral power was on the verge of exhaustion, and he couldn't finish it smoothly. The drawing of the array was about to fail. He was at his wit's end, so he had to make a last resort. He had to give it a try. Swoosh! He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt a surge of astral power in his body, as if the energy he had lost was quickly returning. He had regained his vitality and strength. Although it didn't replenish a lot of astral power, it was like sweet dew after a long drought. It was enough. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. His mind was once again completely focused, and the drawing of the stream inscription pen in his hand had already reached the final stage in an instant. At the end, it required an extremely strong burst of star power. It was like a flood rushing in. Without a strong burst of power, it was impossible to stop the enormous star power in the time-carving formation. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. In an instant, star power suddenly blossomed. The strong aura covered the sky and covered the earth. The perfect control made the astral power explode in an instant. It was as if a dam had been built, blocking the surging flood. At the end, it was a work of the gods, once again displaying the sharpness of the word tough. It was completely different from when he first drew the source, which was like two inscription masters. That gesture, that domineering aura, had its own unique style. The entire inscription formation seemed to have been endowed with life and had completely transformed. The red starlight had already disappeared. In an instant, the flow of star power had turned into a silver luster. It was extremely bright and beautiful. Light energy gathered, and the final finishing touch of the engraved formation. It was done. Looking at the inscription formation, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Holding the stream inscription pen, he sighed softly in his heart. In the end, he was still a little lacking. The instantaneous burst of star power is much worse. I can only rely on the continuous gathering of star power. In terms of effect, it's a level lower. After all, my physical condition is not as good as that inscription master's. Secretly shocked, Lin Feng didn't know how shocked that inscription master was at this moment. Yan Qing's eyes widened, and his expression was stupefied. The drawing of the great array was perfect. It was a different approach to the end, but the result was the same. Who is this barbarian? Why does he know all my secret skills? It's just that the ending technique is slightly different, but it's 80% like mine. Where did he come from? The shock in his heart was unparalleled. Yan Qing looked at Lin Feng and found it hard to calm down. Lin Feng's technique was too similar to his. There were too many coincidences. It felt as if they were from the same origin. Could it be? Yan Qing's eyes widened. He's Master's other disciple, but I've never heard Master mention it before. Moreover, my drawing technique is also very different from Master's. Even the creek drawing technique when I was drawing the source was created by me. Even if other weapon refiners are similar, there's no way that the entire creek drawing technique is exactly the same. Could it be that I've forgotten that I took in a disciple myself? Yan Qing revealed a thought that even he thought was absurd and shook his head. But now, the truth was right in front of him. Yeah, that's great. He's the first to complete it. This will anger Enlu to death. Lin Meiyu clenched her fists and said excitedly, "The results haven't been announced yet. Don't be happy yet." Lin Yima smiled slightly. Although he was confident in the inscription formation drawn by Lin Feng, just like weapon refinement, speed did not equate to good. Regardless of whether the inscription formation could be activated or not, the quality alone was already very important. Speed could only mean that the drawing was proficient. At this moment, the surrounding people were also discussing animatedly. However, when Lin Feng finished, Enlu was only halfway through the drawing. when he was drawing the source. Although his speed was faster than Lin Feng's, his progress after that was far beyond the clouds. The difference in efficiency was too great. What a perfect tenfold time inscription formation. Qin Xiaoyu covered her mouth slightly, her eyes sparkling. She murmured as she looked at the huge time inscription formation. At this moment, after it was completed, it was shining with a silver light. Although Lin Feng's star power was red, if he really drew the time inscription formation, the color of the formation would change. It was like a fusion, just like a martial artist's cultivation, turning the qi of heaven and earth into his own energy. This was the process of finishing. It maintained the balance of the time inscription formation and changed the energy of the time inscription formation. It was the gift of vitality. Those who understood the time inscription formation knew that as long as the color changed, it meant that the time inscription formation was completed. Great! Juan Macho clenched his fists, his eyes shining. Although he was a layman, he was the leader of a clan in the Yinling mansion after all. Although he had never seen a complicated time inscription formation, he knew that there were many similarities between the simple time inscription formations. Now that the color had changed to a bright silver, Juan Macho knew that Lin Feng had successfully drawn the time inscription formation. Brother Lin Feng, you're really unfathomable. Juan Macho stared at Lin Feng, his heart filled with shock. Lin Feng, who had come to the Vermilion Bird Continent with him, had too many secrets that he could not see through. It had been like this in the Yinling mansion, and now it was even more so. Amazing. I don't know if he can win. Juan Macho's eyes were bright as he thought to himself. Compared to before, he was much more confident now. He looked at Enlu. As time went by, Enlu was gradually coming to an end. After all, Enlu was a 5th grade inscription master. He had some skills, and this time he had completed the time inscription formation perfectly. Bang! His star power bloomed rapidly. Enlu's eyes shone brightly, and he was in high spirits. Very good. Enlu nodded heavily, beaming with joy. From the beginning of the drawing to the end, every step was perfect. This had already surpassed the performance of the new star of engravers competition that day. If he had displayed such strength that day, he would have gotten more than 3rd place. Men always like to show off in front of the woman of their dreams. Enlu had indeed displayed extraordinary strength. He knew very well in his heart. 80% perfect time inscription formation, 95% perfect time inscription formation, and 90% perfect time inscription formation. The overall score was close to 90% perfect. It was an achievement that he had never achieved before. This time, Yuma will definitely see me in a new light. Maybe he might even fall in love with me. Enlu thought happily in his heart, and he could not help but smile. Although his strength was not as good as Yuma's, the 4 deputy professions had a very high status in the land of the 9 provinces. In Enlu's opinion, as long as Yuma was willing, he could marry her with equal social status. After all, his master was the famous Master Yin Qing in Shirluo County. However, first of all, he had to impress Yuma. This was not easy. That country bumpkin wants to compete with me in drawing the inscription formation. He's still 100,000 years too early. Enlu raised his head proudly and looked at the silver color of the inscription formation. He was extremely proud. The time inscription formation was perfectly completed at 10 times the normal rate. This was his strength as a 5th grade inscription master. However, the scene was silent. The voices were very soft, and there were only some whispers. What's going on? Enlu was a little stunned. Under normal circumstances, there should be a thunderous commotion, and everyone should be cheering and clapping. In particular, his inscription formation was drawn so perfectly. There was no reason for it to react in such a way. He first looked at his junior sister, and then at his master. However, their gazes were not on him at all. It was as if they treated him as air. They did not even know that he had completed the inscription formation. The place where their gazes met was actually that barbarian. Enlu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned his head. He saw Lin Feng looking at him at this moment. There was a calm expression on his face. Obviously, He had completed it long ago. It was as if he was demonstrating his power. Impossible. How could he have completed it before me? And Lu's expression changed drastically. He instantly raised his eyebrows and reacted. I know. He must have failed. And Lu sneered in his heart. But he secretly blamed himself for being impatient. When he saw the gazes of his master and junior sister, he instantly regarded that barbarian as an opponent. He casually glanced at the inscription formation drawn by Lin Feng. And Lu did not care at all. Was he worthy of being his opponent? What a joke. But in an instant, boom, and Lu was completely stunned. The faint silver light flickered, and there was a strange energy fluctuation. The lines of the entire inscription formation were smooth and looked extremely beautiful, like a work of art. This, and Lu widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at Lin Feng in a daze, and then looked at the inscription formation. And Lu opened his mouth in shock and muttered, How is this possible? How can this barbarian refine an inscription formation? Impossible. This can't be a time inscription formation with 10 times the rate. There must be a mistake. And Lu's legs went weak, and he staggered back. There was 100 disbelief in his heart, 1,000 disbelief, 10,000 disbelief. This was definitely not refined by that barbarian. Absolutely impossible. Updated. 4th update. Chapter 754. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yanqing. No one here was more qualified than Yanqing to announce the final result. And he was also the judge of this competition. Phew! Yanqing let out a long breath. Yanqing looked at Lin Feng for a long time before he looked away. He glanced at Lu and sighed softly when he saw his disciple's dumbstruck expression. Although Lu was impatient, extreme, and full of shortcomings, his dedication and talent as an inscription master were top-notch. As an inscription master, how could Lu not know how to judge an inscription formation? In fact, the result was already very obvious. Yanqing glanced at Lin Feng again and saw Lin Feng's calm and confident expression. He thought to himself, he also knows that he has won. If they were evenly matched, there would indeed be a need for a judge. However, the gap between them was so big that the result could be seen with the naked eye. However, Yanqing had overestimated Lin Feng this time. In fact, Lin Feng really didn't know whether he could win or not. He was confident because he had drawn it perfectly. He had done his best. It didn't matter if he lost or won. Although there was still a little difference, Lin Feng was already satisfied enough. After all, this was his first time drawing. There was silence in the field. Everyone was waiting with bated breath, including Lin Meiyu and Wan Macho. Feeling everyone's expectant gaze, Yanqing was not a person who would cover up his shortcomings. Naturally, he had to be impartial when making a judgment. Moreover, it was normal to win or lose a competition between inscription masters. Even he himself was not a general who would always win. It was not shameful to lose. If one couldn't recover from a setback after losing, then it could only be said that the loser was a good-for-nothing. Yanqing looked at Lin Feng and asked softly, Little brother, what's your name? His voice was very smooth and polite without any condescending attitude. Lin Feng's performance had won Yanqing's respect. As an inscription master, Yanqing clearly knew how shocking Lin Feng's performance was just now. There were too many puzzles and too many puzzles. However, Lin Feng's strength as an inscription master was genuine. The best proof was the fact that he could draw a near 99% perfect tenfold time inscription formation. Even Yanqing himself knew that he was only slightly faster than Lin Feng and was only slightly more perfect. As Lin Feng's strength increased, these differences became negligible. Regardless of whether it was the flaw at the very end of the formation or the degree of perfection at the end, it was only because it was just that the constellation power was insufficient. It was not the fault of war. Wow, everyone around them was in heated discussion. Even Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, she already knew the result. She was very clear about Yanqing's character. He was arrogant and confident, and Yanqing indeed had the qualifications to be so. He was one of the top 3 masters of inscription in Shiluo Prefecture. No matter where he was in Shiluo Prefecture, he was a respected figure. Even a cosmic realm state would have to respectfully call him master. But now this master was talking to a junior as if he was talking to a peer. What did this mean? I'm afraid it's not as simple as winning. Lin Yuma looked at Lin Feng, and her eyes flashed with wisdom. She was getting more and more curious. Looking at Yanqing, Lin Feng said slowly, "Savage wilderness warrior, Lin Feng." Wan Macho, who was standing beside him, felt Lin Feng's confidence and his overwhelming momentum. Wan Macho clenched his right fist tightly as he felt Lin Feng's confidence. Yes, we are savage wilderness warriors. So what? No matter what one's origin was, no matter what one's identity was in the Douling world, strength reigned supreme. Yanqing's eyes were bright as he nodded gently. I'll remember this name. This faint sentence was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation to Lin Feng. What kind of strength and potential did one have to be to make a cosmic realm state elite? One of the 3 famous masters of inscription in Shiluo Prefecture. Say such words. The outcome of many things was already known without needing to be said. I declare. Yanqing looked at the crowd with bright eyes. Lin Feng wins this competition. Clang, clang, clang. This sentence made everyone's heart beat wildly. They looked at each other, and the venue was silent. They were dumbfounded and speechless. The barbarians had really won. They had defeated none other than Master Yanqing's disciple, a 5th grade inscription master. Oh my God! Gasps could be heard, and shocked expressions could be seen. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Feng. They were all shocked beyond words. This seemingly ordinary young man was so young, but he was actually a hidden master of inscription. It was too shocking. Senior sister, did you hear that? We really won. Lin Meiyu was pleasantly surprised. I heard it. Lin Yuma smiled and shook her head. But it's not us. It's him, Lin Feng. Hee, it's all the same. Lin Meiyu smiled and said, Isn't this Lin Feng a member of our Lin clan? Look, he has the identity token of our Lin clan, and his surname is also Lin. However, Lin Meiyu pouted and was puzzled. Why have I never heard of such a powerful inscription master? To be able to defeat Enlu, who was ranked 3rd in the rising star of inscription masters, what kind of new star was this? How could he be unknown? It's indeed very strange. Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. It's okay. Lin Meiyu smiled and said, after he finishes talking with Master Yanqing, we'll ask him. Okay. Lin Yuma nodded. On the other side, Yanqing had already brought his 2 disciples and walked in front of Lin Feng. The second disciple, Qin Xiaoyu, looked at Lin Feng with her sparkling eyes with curiosity and admiration. The eldest disciple, Enlu, on the other hand, had an ashen face, and the expression in his eyes changed constantly. It was extremely unsightly. Losing to Lin Feng was a great humiliation to him. Until now, he still didn't know how Lin Feng could draw such an accurate and perfect time inscription formation. It was really too strange. But Master and Junior Sister had seen it with their own eyes, so it couldn't be fake. Little brother, I have a question to ask you. I wonder if you can answer it? Yanqing's eyes were bright as he looked at Lin Feng. With a calm expression, Lin Feng looked at Yanqing. He naturally knew what Yanqing wanted to ask, but he really couldn't answer this question and didn't know where to start. Seniors should know that it's not convenient to answer some questions. Lin Feng smiled faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. Since this star sector-level powerhouse in front of him was amiable to him, he would naturally treat him with respect. Hey, I gave you some color, and you started to open a dye house. And Lu glared and said angrily, Do you know that my master is cough? Yanqing looked unhappy and coughed lightly. And Lu's face instantly shrank, and he didn't dare to speak again. Looking at Lin Feng, although Yanqing's eyes flashed with displeasure, he hadn't been treated like this for a long time with his status. However, Lin Feng was indeed telling the truth. If others asked him about the secret of the inscription master, he wouldn't answer. This wasn't just his personal privacy, but also the ultimate skill of the inscription master. How could he casually tell others? Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. Yin Qing smiled lightly, and the braids behind his head moved slightly. He looked at Lin Feng with bright eyes. I have something to say. Little brother, your potential as an inscription master is unparalleled. I wonder if you're willing to be my disciple. Not to become my disciple, but Yin Qing said seriously, to be my successor. Successor? Everyone around couldn't help but stare at each other. Even the two disciples behind Yin Qing were shocked as well, and they were flabbergasted. Not far away, Lin Yuma covered her small mouth in surprise. Her extremely beautiful face flashed with disbelief. The successor was equivalent to the next sect leader of a sect. Many of the masters in the 4 deputy professions would not only impart their unique skills to their successors, but would also leave everything they had to their successors. This was not only an affirmation of strength, but also a supreme honor and a real opportunity to make a great leap forward. Wow. Gasps could be heard all around. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the situation to develop so unexpectedly. The dignified inscription master Yin Qing, ranked 3rd in Shirluo County, would actually publicly accept a disciple and give him the position of successor. What kind of shock was that? This barbarian in front of them was so lucky. As long as he accepted, he would immediately become a famous figure in Shirluo County, and his reputation would spread like wildfire. You must be joking, Lin Mayu murmured stupidly. Lin Yuma's light eyes sparkled, but she made a prompt decision. Her figure moved forward quickly and suddenly appeared beside Lin Feng. Yuma of the Lin clan greets Senior Yin. A fragrant wind blew over. Lin Feng suddenly moved, but a breathtakingly beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside him. What a terrifying movement technique. Her aura is profound and profound. Lin clan? Who is she? Shocked, Lin Feng's expression changed. The woman beside him was not older than him, but her strength far surpassed his own. Yin Qing frowned slightly. Clearly, she was a little unhappy with Lin Yuma's appearance. With Lin Feng's talent and potential, not to mention 10,000 years, even 100,000 years, or even his entire life, he might not be able to meet a true successor who was qualified to inherit his legacy. But now he was interrupted. Wait, Lin Feng? His surname is Lin? Could it be? But he clearly said that he is a wildland warrior. Yin Qing's eyes changed. To be honest, Senior, Lin Feng is a member of the Lin clan. I'm afraid it's not convenient for him to become Senior's sole successor. Lin Yuma cupped her hands gently. Even if she had offended him slightly, she couldn't care less. In this situation, there were gains and losses. She had to make a decision. Is that so? Yin Qing's expression didn't change. This little brother said that he is a wildland warrior. He has never mentioned the Lin clan. Lin Yuma smiled. It was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Senior, please don't laugh at me. The Lin clan has branches in the surrounding prefectures. It is normal for Lin Feng to be a wildland warrior. After saying that, Lin Yuma pointed at Lin Feng's waist. The identity token on his waist is proof. The situation changed extremely quickly. Lin Feng smiled in a carefree manner. He did not expect that he would actually become a delicious cake now. Here, great master Yin Qing wanted to take him in as his successor. On the other hand, the Lin clan accused him of being a branch. It was quite interesting. However, he had never thought of becoming an inscription master, much less the successor of great master Yin Qing. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Lin Feng stood up and interrupted the conversation between Yin Qing and Lin Yuma. He nodded slightly. I have no intention of becoming an inscription master. The reason for this competition, Lin Feng looked at Enlu and said firmly, is to prove that we, the wildland warriors, can do what the warriors of the 9 provinces can do. Farewell, Senior. After saying that, Lin Feng cupped his hands slightly and left. Everyone who was left behind was dumbfounded. and Lu's face was even paler. First update. Chapter 755. It can't be. Isn't Lin Feng too stupid? That's right. He actually doesn't want to become Master Yin Qing's successor. Stupid. Didn't you hear what Miss Yuma said just now? He's a member of the Lin clan. If he wants to become Master Yin Qing's successor, he has to betray the clan. There was an endless stream of discussion in the surroundings. Everyone was scrambling to discuss. They no longer mocked Lin Feng. Having such strength at such a young age was enough to make people respect him. A fifth-grade inscription master at such a young age. Moreover, he was recognized by Master Yin Qing. His future was limitless. Lin Feng's sudden departure caught Yin Qing and Lin Yuma, who were competing, off guard. However, compared to Yin Qing's heartache, Lin Yuma was overjoyed. I'm sorry, Senior Yin. Please forgive me if I've offended you. Lin Yuma cupped his hands. Yuma will take her leave first. Then, he smiled at Lu and Xiaoyu. Lin Yuma and Lin Meiyu left immediately. Yin Qing and his two disciples were left with different expressions on their faces. Damn it! And Lu clenched his fists. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't know if it was because he lost to Lin Feng, or because Yin Qing treated Lin Feng as a successor that made him embarrassed, or because he lost face in front of Lin Yuma and felt deeply humiliated. Yin Qing didn't look at Lu. A true expert didn't need comfort. Setbacks and failures were good opportunities for people to grow and learn. If Lu couldn't recover from this setback and became dispirited, then he didn't deserve to be his disciple. On the other hand, this Lin Feng, I was actually rejected? Yin Qing suddenly smiled. He felt that it was indescribably funny. Many warriors lined up to be accepted as disciples by him. There is no lack of star sector level existences among them, but he rejected all of them. As for this Lin Feng, not only had he taken him in as a disciple, he had even nurtured him as a successor. With such excellent and impeccable conditions, he actually rejected it without even thinking. Fame and fortune were right in front of him. This barbarian Lin Feng actually disdained him. Interesting. Yin Qing laughed. Master you? Qin Xiaoyu bit her lips and looked at Yin Qing. What do you think of this Lin Feng, little you? Yin Qing asked softly. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and looked at Lu. She nodded and said, very powerful. No, very powerful. Master, and what? Just say it. Yin Qing smiled. Qin Xiaoyu nodded and said in a low voice, Master, I think that Lin Feng's refining skills are very similar to yours. His potential is much higher than mine and my senior brother's. He is very suitable to be your heir and teach you your skills. Junior sister, and Lu's expression turned even uglier. Shut up. Yin Qing turned around and shouted coldly. As a man, how can you achieve great things in the future if you don't even have the tolerance for others? His words caused Lu's face to turn ashen. He was unable to utter a single word. Yin Qing gently stroked Qin Xiaoyu's head and looked in the direction that Lin Feng had left. His eyes were bright. You are right, little you. I'm afraid I won't be able to find a more suitable heir in my life. He had witnessed Lin Feng's skills as an inscription master with his own eyes. They were almost exactly the same as his. Most importantly, his potential was limitless. He wouldn't be able to find such a disciple even if he had a lantern. If he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. But Master, he seems to be a member of the Lin clan. Qin Xiaoyu said hesitantly. So what? Yin Qing smiled faintly. Haha, how delightful. Juan Macho said happily. What a pity. Lin Feng smiled casually. Since the matter had escalated, he naturally couldn't drink to his heart's content. So what? There are plenty of chances. Juan Macho waved his hand, not caring at all. He sighed softly. Ever since I entered the land of the 9 provinces, this place is indeed thousands of times more prosperous than Yinling Prefecture. However, the people here look down on the wilderness warriors and are treated with contempt. Brother Lin, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I really felt inferior before. Juan Macho laughed self-deprecatingly. Juan Macho abruptly patted his chest and said coolly, "But thanks to you, Brother Lin, I finally understand that even if I am a savage, desolate warrior, so what?" Looking at Juan Macho, Lin Feng also understood. It was actually very simple. The huge difference in status and strength produced negative emotions. In Yinling Prefecture, Juan Macho could call the wind and summon the rain. He could do whatever he wanted. Not only was he the strongest person in Yinling Prefecture, but he was also the patriarch of Yinling Prefecture's thousands of tribes. He had both strength and power, just like a retired emperor. However, after he was knocked down from the clouds and arrived at Shirluo Prefecture, he realized, in this place, he was nothing at all. StarCraft-level existences were too lowly here. There were even countless Star Lords on the streets. But in fact, Juan Macho's aptitude was extremely good, and his achievements in Yinling Prefecture were just average. He was the one with the highest points in Yinling Prefecture in the past 10,000 years. He had become a Star Lord before the age of 30. Moreover, he had climbed the ladder step by step. "You're right, Brother Juan." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he watched Juan Macho regain his vigor. He was also happy for him. Ever since he entered Shirluo Prefecture and met Juan Macho, he found that Juan Macho was more free and easy, but less domineering than before. It was as if his horns had been smoothed. For a warrior, the fighting spirit and pursuit in his heart had disappeared. But now, the momentum of the former strongest person in Yinling Prefecture. He was finally back. "That's more like the strongest person in Yinling Prefecture who beat me up and forced me to flee," Lin Feng said with a smile. That day, he had been badly beaten by Juan Macho. He had used all his strength and even a magnetic explosion, but he still couldn't defeat Juan Macho. In the end, he had to use the wind escape technique to barely escape. That battle was one of the most dangerous battles he had ever experienced. It was one of the closest battles to death. "Haha, I'm afraid I'm the one who has to flee now," Juan Macho said with a laugh. Juan Macho said happily. She suddenly spat and whispered, "By the way, Brother Lin, where did you learn the inscription master technique? Why have I never heard you mention it?" Lin Feng smiled and was about to speak when suddenly a familiar fragrance wafted over. "It's her." Lin Feng immediately thought of that beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that even birds and beasts would fall from the sky. Lin Yuma of the Lin clan. "Senior brother, please wait." A soft voice was heard. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Lin Yuma was already standing in front of him, blocking his way. Her strength was unfathomable. Beside her, there was an equally beautiful girl. She was blinking her eyes and looking at him. She must be a member of the Lin clan. Lin Feng was shocked. The girl in front of him, Yuma, had once competed with Master Yanqing. She obviously had a high status in the clan. "Miss Yuma, you misunderstood. I'm not a member of the Lin clan," Lin Feng said slowly. "Huh?" Lin Yuma looked at Lin Feng curiously, but she didn't understand. She thought that Lin Feng had rejected Master Yanqing because of his identity as a member of the clan. But now, impossible. Lin Meiyu shouted and pointed at the token on Lin Feng's waist. "If you're not a member of the Lin clan, why would your surname be Lin? Why would you have this token?" Lin Feng smiled. He took out the token and tossed it over to him. Lin Yuma caught it. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. She looked at the token and was surprised. "I'm a newly recruited blacksmith apprentice of the Lin clan. I'm not a member of your clan." Lin Feng looked at Lin Yuma and said with a smile. Although they were both identity tokens, and the word Lin was engraved on the back of the token, there were different grades of tokens. For example, the identity tokens of the Vermilion Bird Continent had limestone grade, rough iron grade, fine steel grade, etc. The Lin clan's token was the same. As for my surname, Lin Feng looked at Lin Meiyu and said, "There are countless warriors with the surname Lin in the Vermilion Bird Continent. Not all of them are from the Lin clan, right?" His words made Lin Meiyu blush. She also saw the token in Lin Yuma's hand. Indeed, although it was a token of the Lin clan, it wasn't a real member of the Lin clan. "I see." Lin Yuma nodded and handed the token back to Lin Feng. I offended you just now. Please don't take offense. Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes flashed. If I may ask, Lin Feng, since you're not a member of the Lin clan, why didn't you agree to Master Yanqing's request? It's simple. Because I like to be a blacksmith. I don't like being an engraver. Lin Feng smiled. Looking at the two women's expressionless faces, he said slowly, if the two of you have nothing else, we will leave now. Goodbye. Then, he put away the identity token and left with Juan Macho. Lin Yuma and Lin Meiyu were left looking at each other. What a weirdo. Lin Meiyu pouted her lips. Let's go back, junior sister. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Lin Yuma's eyes flashed. She was deep in thought. Since he was in the clan, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The Lin clan didn't lack blacksmiths. However, an engraver of this caliber was something they couldn't ask for. Lin Feng, Lin Yuma murmured. Let's part ways here, Brother Lin, Juan Macho said with a smile. All right, Brother Juan, what do you plan to do next? Lin Feng asked. I was still hesitating whether to go to the Equatorial Palace Alliance or the Eagle Cries in the Ninth Heaven, but now I completely understand. Juan Macho's eyes lit up. A relaxed life doesn't suit me. I need to compete and fight. If I don't want to be looked down upon, I have to become strong. I, Juan Macho, am not weak. Juan Macho was full of fighting spirit. I will do everything I can to enter the Eagle King and train myself. That's the clan leader one I know. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his right hand. Juan Macho's momentum and fighting spirit had recovered. Clap. They clasped hands. See you in a year, Brother Juan. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Be careful. I'll catch up with you. Juan Macho smiled. My pleasure. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Second update. Chapter 756. Lin Feng returned to the valley. Although his identity token was of the lowest level, he was still a member of the Lin clan. Compared to a sect, a clan structure was more complicated and the distribution of power was more concentrated. Normally, a clan would be divided into direct and branch families. Here, a word had to be mentioned, bloodline. In the Douling world, bloodline was very important because it represented the glory and foundation of a clan. The position of clan leader and deputy clan leader had to be inherited from the direct bloodline. In the bloodline, the direct bloodline was the first level, the subdirect bloodline was the second level, the branch bloodline was the third level, the subbranch bloodline was the fourth level, and the fifth level was the branch bloodline. Lin Yuma's words to Yanqing were not false. Among the tens of thousands of prefectures around the Vermilion Bird Continent, many of them had branches of the Lin clan. However, many of them were too old, and many of them had been destroyed long ago. Many of them had lost contact with many more. The sixth level was the branch bloodline. The branch bloodline referred to those martial artists who were loyal to the Lin clan and belonged to the Lin clan. Of course, this was only the most common classification of bloodlines. Depending on the situation, there were many variations. Many branch members of the Lin clan served the Lin clan for their entire lives and contributed a lot. In the end, they were all able to reach the third level, and some even reached the second level. As for the branch bloodline martial artists, depending on their strength, contribution, and loyalty, many could reach the fourth or fifth level. Some even reached the third level, and in the end, they married the daughter of the clan leader and rose to the second level. It's a blessing in disguise. Originally, I wanted to infiltrate the Lin clan and find an opportunity to find out the whereabouts of my uncle, Lin Jing. But now that I've won this competition, the Lin clan should know soon. For me, this is a good bargaining chip and opportunity. In the valley, Lin Feng lived alone in the mushroom hut and thought to himself. Although he had become an artificer's apprentice, his goal was not to learn how to forge artifacts. Infiltrating the Lin clan was very important. Indeed, man proposes, God disposes. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He did not expect to meet a master of inscription like Yanqing. As for the competition, it was a spontaneous idea. That Enlu had provoked him, but he didn't know that he had fallen into his trap. If the topic of the competition is not set by me, then I will make a fool of myself. However, it is indeed not easy to draw the time engraving array at 10 times the rate. I almost failed. Fortunately, I took one in the end. It should be the star pill that Brother Juan mentioned, right? I wonder who secretly helped me. Thinking to himself, Lin Feng was puzzled. Then he smiled and let it be. If the person who helped him wanted to appear, he would have done so long ago. Not to mention Shirluo Commandery, just the Qianluo district alone had far too many capable people. Cosmic Lord? That was nothing. Uncle Lin Jing needs to be searched for, as well as what happened to Father that day. But the most important thing is still cultivation. Although Father's body is temporarily frozen and his death is delayed, it only lasts for 10,000 years. If I want Father to come back to life, I have to become strong enough. In the Douling world, the stronger you are, the more you will get. Nodding, Lin Feng understood the situation very well. His goal had never changed. Huff, huff. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng quickly immersed himself in the world of cultivation. There were still 16 hours before the agreed time to gather. The path of cultivation was slow and long. He had to persevere and walk step by step. Now that my star cultivation has reached the second level, the door to the second level is open. There is no need to think too much. Cultivate the power of the constellation and sprint to the second level. Lin Feng pondered. His goal was firm. One step at a time. Perhaps the power of the constellation he needed to advance from the first level to the second level was 100 times that of warriors of the same level. But his initial constellation sensing power was more than 100 times. In addition, 7 main stars were shining, which was equivalent to 7 times the efficiency of cultivation. His cultivation speed would only be fast. Lin Clan. Junior sister, where did you go? I was so anxious looking for you. A short-haired young man walked in with a smile. He had bronze skin, a thin face, and a sharp chin. Coupled with his perfect figure, he was extremely handsome. His bright eyes flickered with light. One could tell at a glance that his strength was extraordinary. One of the 2 rising stars of the Lin clan, Lin Fan. I went out for a walk. Lin Yuma smiled faintly. Senior brother Fan, are you looking for me? The smile seemed friendly, but there was a faint resistance, as if there was a thin film between them. Look at you, junior sister. Lin Fan pretended a sigh. His eyebrows were raised, and his expression was rich. Have you forgotten that the registration for the New Star Assembly in Shirluo County is in a few days? Last time, you and I entered the top 100 together and won glory for the clan. We were hailed as the 2 rising stars. This time, I don't want to participate this time, senior brother Fan. Lin Yuma interrupted Lin Fan. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Why, junior sister, we are much stronger than last time. This time, not only can we enter the top 100, but we can even go further. By then, your status in the clan will definitely rise again. I'm not interested. Lin Yuma shook her head. The opponents in the New Star Assembly are too weak. I don't want to waste time. But Lin Fan was still unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade her, but he was directly interrupted by Lin Yuma. Senior brother Fan, I made up my mind. There's only 1 year left. I don't want to waste my precious cultivation time to participate in the New Star Assembly again. Only 1 year left? Lin Fan was startled, and his expression suddenly changed. Junior sister, are you going to? Lin Yuma smiled with a hint of indifference and closed her eyes slightly. Her meaning was clear. Well, I understand, junior sister. Lin Fan looked at Lin Yuma. Looking at her beautiful face and snow-white skin, his heart was beating fast. The 2 were childhood sweethearts and had known each other for a long time. They were recognized as a couple in the clan, but Lin Yuma was quite cold to him. Sighing softly, Lin Fan pursed his lips and reluctantly said, Then I won't disturb your cultivation, junior sister. After saying that, he shook his head and left with a hint of disappointment. After a while, senior sister, what happened to senior brother Fan? Lin Miyu stepped through the door and asked in surprise. Nothing. Lin Yuma smiled faintly. Sigh. You must have been rejected by senior sister again. So miserable. Lin Meiyu shook her head and sighed. Look at him venting crazily again. I really feel sorry for those junior brothers. Lin Yuma glanced at her with her beautiful eyes. Don't talk nonsense. When did I not let him in? This isn't the same door. Lin Meiyu's eyelashes fluttered. She pointed at her chest and blinked. I'm talking about the door here. Lin Yuma shook her head. Right now, I'm wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and refining. I'm not in the mood to talk about matters between men and women. Liar. Lin Meiyu's eyes turned slyly. Senior sister, you obviously don't like senior brother fan. After saying that, Lin Meiyu pretended to cry. I'm so sad. Senior sister, you even want to lie to your most beloved junior sister. Little girl. Lin Yuma chuckled and smiled helplessly. Why did you ask when you already know? I'm just curious. Lin Meiyu's expression changed extremely quickly. She rested her chin on her hand and rolled her big eyes. Senior brother fan is so outstanding and handsome. He's also wholeheartedly devoted to you. All the elders in the clan think highly of him. Senior sister, why don't you like him? Lin Yuma's beautiful eyes twinkled. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Appearance and strength are all superficial. Meiyu, you'll know when you grow up. Oh. Lin Meiyu nodded as if she understood. Suddenly, she said, then, senior sister, what kind of person is your sweetheart? Lin Yuma raised her head slightly. Her beautiful face looked a little hazy, as if she had thought of something. I know. Lin Meiyu clapped her hands. They said that senior sister, you were betrothed when you were young. It seems like, all right, junior sister, don't mention it again. Lin Yuma's eyes flashed with a clear light. It's all in the past. Moreover, I won't marry someone I don't like. After pausing for a moment, Lin Yuma pursed her lips. Her delicate nose wrinkled as she slowly opened her mouth. What's more, I'm afraid he's already dead. I'm sorry, senior sister. Lin Meiyu was like a child who had done something wrong. It's fine. Lin Yuma smiled faintly. This isn't a secret. Because their family, even father's bloodline, was implicated. Sighing softly, Lin Yuma said softly, right now, I don't have the mood to think about anything else. I only hope to help father restore the reputation of the branch. And you can definitely do it, senior sister. Lin Meiyu's eyes flickered as she gave him 2 thumbs up. She admired Lin Yuma the most. She had grown up in adversity and walked step by step to her current position. She had forcefully pulled the entire branch up from the bottom of the valley. Lin Yuma smiled lightly. Thank you, junior sister. Yuma was also very grateful to Lin Meiyu. She treated her as her own sister. All right, senior sister. Lin Meiyu suddenly thought of something and said that. Lin Feng, what do you plan to do? Do you want to tell the elders of the clan about this? Lin Yuma shook her head lightly. This matter is not ordinary. Let's take a look first. Moreover, we don't know the background of that Lin Feng. Anyway, from tomorrow onwards, he will undergo a year of training. We have plenty of time. Her eyes flickered, reflecting on her beautiful face, bringing with it a wisp of wisdom. Obviously, Lin Yuma already had a plan in her heart. In the valley, in the mushroom house. Huff! Inhale, Lin Feng breathed in and out gently. A faint light of the constellation power wrapped around his body, forming a red mist. In the time engraving array, with 10 times the rate, after a night of cultivation, the constellation power had increased by a lot. However, there was still a long way to go before reaching the 2nd level. Even if Lin Feng's aptitude was peerless, the cultivation requirements of 100 times that of other warriors were indeed harsh. Naturally, he would lose 1 point if he gained 1 point. He opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Puff! After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Feng slowly stood up. Looking out of the window, it was already dawn. The star crystal watch in his left hand had the accurate time, which was very convenient. From today onwards, I will officially become a blacksmith apprentice. It seems I am walking the path that my father walked before. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His heart was inexplicably touched. 1 year of training. Lin Feng's eyes were bright and spirited. It begins. Third update. Chapter 757. At the mouth of the valley. Ah, Lin Feng, you're here. Li Hao greeted him with a smile, his face beaming with happiness. Following Li Hao's voice, the many warriors gathered at the mouth of the valley all looked over. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. However, he saw the crowd's gazes drift past him, not lingering for too long. Instead, they continued to whisper, discussing something. Lin Feng nodded lightly and walked to Li Hao's side. Looking around, he saw that more than half of the people had gathered. They were whispering and gesticulating from time to time. What's up with them? Lin Feng thought of what had just happened and seemed to understand something. It's because of the inscription master's supernova yesterday. That person is also called Lin Feng. Li Hao shrugged and smiled. This is definitely the most sensational event of the year. Now, not only is the Qianluo district boiling over, but the entire Shiluo County is boiling over with excitement. Just as he had expected, Lin Feng pondered, but he understood. In Shiluo County, the 4 deputy positions were quite high, even higher than warriors. A 5th-grade inscription master was nothing. There were many who could draw the time inscription array with 10 times the rate. However, the one he had won was Master Yin Qing's disciple, and Liu, who had won 3rd place in the Star of Inscription Masters competition in Shiluo County. That was a completely different story. Oh, right. Li Hao looked Lin Feng up and down and said in surprise, I heard that Lin Feng is also dressed in black, has short hair, and is in his early 20s. The description is similar to yours. Li Hao suddenly clapped his hands and said in surprise, By the way, Lin Feng, you just happened to go out yesterday. Could it be? It's not me. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled calmly. That's true. Li Hao chuckled. Brother Lin Feng, if you really have such strong attainments as an inscription master, why are you still cooped up here as an apprentice? I heard that yesterday, Master Yin Qing, who is ranked 3rd in Shiluo Commandery, specifically stated that he wanted to take Lin Feng as his successor. Li Hao shook his head, his eyes shining. Lin Feng was unperturbed. His calm expression and eyes flashed. He wasn't deliberately hiding it, but now wasn't the best time. Although it was beneficial to expose it, there were greater disadvantages. The Lin clan must know about this. If I reveal my identity, I can join the Lin clan, but this not only will it lower your status, but it will also arouse suspicion. Lin Feng had already made up his mind after careful consideration. He had done so many things because he wanted to infiltrate the Lin clan. However, he didn't do it on his own accord. Instead, it's been infiltrated. Lin Feng's eyes glowed. Time passed slowly. At this moment, a group of 100 people was continuously gathering. Lin Feng stood quietly. From time to time, he could hear the discussions of the crowd. He listened to the various news about him and found it amusing. However, one person spread to 10 to 100, and the rumors became more and more exaggerated. It was almost as if Master Yin Qing had knelt down and begged him. Rumors are really scary sometimes. Lin Feng thought. At this moment, 2 figures slowly walked over from afar. Lin Feng immediately frowned. Lui Kai Jing Yuyu, dressed in a light yellow leather jacket and sparkling earrings, Jing Yuyu, who was wearing light makeup, looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Her enchanting figure seemed to carry a hint of anger. Did I offend her? Lin Feng murmured, puzzled. Of course. Behind him, Li Hao squeezed up and whispered into his ear, Did you forget what I told you yesterday? A group of 100 people, except for you, went. Since 3rd young Mistress Jing asked, no one could refuse. Even Wu Yong gave her some face. Wu Yong was the only star sector-level powerhouse. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he was the one who had decisively rejected it. However, even if he didn't ask Wan Macho, he wouldn't waste time to please 3rd young Mistress Jing. Good luck, brother. Li Hao winked at him and ran away. At this moment, Jing Yuyu had already arrived. She snorted, Hey, Lin Feng, why didn't you come yesterday? I had something to do, Lin Feng replied indifferently. What could be more important than my invitation? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart when he saw Jing Yuyu's unruly nature. He was most afraid of such unruly women. Indeed, they couldn't be reasoned with. It was very troublesome. Moreover, looking at Jing Yuyu's appearance, one could tell that she was extremely arrogant. To see a friend, Lin Feng said truthfully. He was like a big tree in a thunderstorm, standing upright. You, Jing Yuyu said angrily. Do you know who I am? How many people want to enter the Jing family? I'm not interested. Without waiting for Jing Yuyu to finish, Lin Feng interrupted her directly. It would be a waste of time to continue talking. Moreover, he had already offended her. He didn't care if she was the third young mistress of the Jing family. Now, in the Lin clan, they were all apprentices. He didn't need to give her face. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. A white light slowly bloomed in the distance. Jing Yuyu was so angry that her face turned red. Her earrings jingled softly. She had never been angered to such an extent in her life, but now, the instructor is here. Let's gather. Lin Feng looked at Jing Yuyu and said indifferently. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jing Yuyu to speak and walked into the crowd. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Jing Yuyu touched her earrings and wrinkled her nose. Wait and see Lin Feng. Lin Lama arrived. Her tall figure was as cold and elegant as an ice rose. Time didn't leave any traces on her face. Instead, it added a woman's mature charm. Compared to her femininity, Jing Yuyu's charm was undoubtedly much more youthful, especially that towering weapon, which Jing Yuyu couldn't compare to. Gather. The voice was cold and emotionless. Everyone did not dare to delay any longer as they quickly gathered together. Lin Feng stood behind the crowd and went with the flow. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. As an apprentice, he naturally had to learn how to forge weapons. Just as father said, as a member of the Lin clan, how can I not know how to forge weapons? Lin Feng pondered. Back then, his father had also climbed up bit by bit from an apprentice. Now that he was walking on this path, he had to admit that fate had its own plans. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He felt as if Lin Lingma's gaze stopped on him when she scanned the crowd. Is it an illusion? Lin Feng thought. He raised his head and saw that Lin Lingma was already looking at the star crystal with a serious expression. It should be. Lin Feng secretly scolded himself for thinking too much. His gaze fell on the star crystal. There were only 10 seconds left until the morning. 111. Soon it would run out. Pa! Lin Lingma closed the star crystal. Her gaze was cold. Time's up. As soon as she finished speaking, a gray, clothed man flew over in a panic. I'm sorry, instructor. I forgot to pay attention to the time when I was cultivating in a split second. Bang. The gray, clothed man's figure was bounced back by a powerful force. The identity token hanging on his waist instantly flew into Lin Lingma's hand, and with a clack sound, it shattered into pieces. The gray-clothed man's face instantly turned pale. Instructor, an apprentice who doesn't even have a basic concept of time isn't qualified to be my student, Lin Lingma said solemnly. Pack your things and leave the Lin clan immediately. Scram. The last word was like a thunderclap, causing the gray-clothed man to keep quiet out of fear. He didn't dare to say a word. A promise was worth 1,000 gold. Since he had spoken, he couldn't go back on his words. The place was silent. Lin Feng's eyes were clear, and his heart was clear. No one had any sympathy for him. They immediately followed Lin Lingma and went to the center of the valley. It was a huge fortress. A bright light flashed. It was like a giant egg with no end in sight. This was the largest building in the valley. It took up half of the valley's area. It was quite shocking. Apprentice Square. Lin Lingma pointed forward and introduced, You're the 100 apprentices with the best aptitudes in this batch of apprentices. Even the weakest has reached the Star Lord rank. Therefore, the training given to you is different from the other 99 groups. Hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He secretly nodded. No wonder there aren't any Star C rank warriors here. Lin Feng thought to himself. Of the 10,000 apprentices, there were quite a few Star C rank warriors. However, he didn't see a single one in this group. Your training method is no different from the Lin clan's. A ray of light flashed in Lin Lingma's hand, and a black magnetic card emitted a long beep. The huge apprentice square rumbled and moved, and a large door slowly opened. "Come in." Lin Lingma took the lead and entered. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with joy. They couldn't wait to enter. When they joined, they were still worried. Now they were relieved. They knew they had made the right choice. "Great." Li Hao clenched his fists. "Brother Lin Feng, let's go in." "Heh, my blood is already boiling." And, nodding, Lin Feng stepped in with a smile. "Lin clan." "Oh, even you've heard, clan leader?" Lin Yin smiled and stroked his long beard. "It's hard for me not to hear such sensational news." "Ha ha." The laughter was hearty. It came from a middle-aged man in a brown gown. His eyes were bright and full of expression. He sat on a large chair and maintained a smile. However, he gave off a majestic aura. Lin Clan, clan leader Lin Jun. A star domain rank warrior, an earth rank weapon refiner. In the Qinluo district, he was a big shot who could cause an earthquake with a stomp of his feet. I heard that he's just a young man in his early 20s. TSK. He's already a 5th grade inscription master at such a young age. He's really not simple. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with admiration. Not only that, even our great master Yin thinks highly of him. Not only did he want to take him in as a disciple, but he also wants to take him as a successor. Lin Jun's eyes flashed. You can imagine how great his potential is. I'm afraid he's comparable to the champion of the last New Star Inscription Master competition, Lu Qian'er. Lin Yin nodded in agreement and smiled. Coincidentally, that kid's surname is Lin. How good would it be if he were a disciple of our Lin clan? Ha ha! Lin Jin laughed heartily. Old Yin, you're really daring. There are so many people with the surname Lin in Shirluo County. Are they all from our Lin clan? The two looked at each other and smiled as they chatted casually. At this moment, outside the door, a Lin clan disciple knelt on one knee and cupped his hands. Clan leader, Great Master Yin Qingyan has come to visit. Oh, Lin Jun and Lin Yin looked at each other in surprise. First update. Chapter 758. The 4 assistant professions weren't competitors. If they were all master refiners, the competitive spirit might be extremely strong, but master refiners, inscribers, star talisman masters, and star alchemists complemented each other and had a cooperative relationship. Unless they fell out for other reasons, there was no conflict of interest in their respective assistant professions. The Lin clan, as the 3rd most powerful master refiner clan in Shirluo County, maintained good relations with many assistant professions. Yin Qing was also ranked 3rd, and his relationship with the Lin clan was quite good. Haha, Master Yin, what brings you here? Lin Jun and Lin Yin greeted him with a smile. For a transcendent existence like Yin Qing, if an ordinary cultivator were to welcome him, it would undoubtedly be a form of disrespect. Naturally, one wouldn't visit a temple without a cause. Yin Qing put his hands behind his back and smiled elegantly. Behind him, Enlu and Qin Xiaoyu followed on his left and right, each with different expressions. Oh, Lin Jun's eyes brightened, and he was quite surprised. Please come in, Master Yin. Yin Qing nodded and entered the main hall. Half an hour later. What? Lin Jun and Lin Yin stared at each other. Haha, Master Yin really likes to joke. Lin Jin laughed heartily. If the Lin clan had such a genius, how could I not know? That's right, little Yin. Don't make fun of this old man. Lin Yin lightly stroked his long beard, smiling faintly. Speak. What matter do you need this old bag of bones to help with? Is it to refine an astral treasure for your disciple? Or perhaps to order an engraving pen? Yin Qing shook his head. Clan leader, old Yin, I know you're in trouble. Who would let go of such a talent? Sighing, Yin Qing's eyes brightened. I hope you'll make an exception for us on account of our friendship. As long as you're willing to let him go, you can name any conditions. As long as I can do it, I won't frown. His tone was quite tactful. Even, it was a bit of a request. For Yin Qing, it was easy to get all the wealth in the world. It was hard to get a true, the successor of his legacy. He was completely dumbfounded. Lin Zhen and Lin Yin stood facing each other, a bit stupefied. Just now, they were still joking about it. Now that it had inexplicably become a reality, they were at a loss. Based on their understanding of Yin Qing, how could it be fake if a proud and aloof master of engraving said such words? Patriarch, old Yin, I won't beat around the bush. I'll be frank. Staring at the two of them, Yin Qing said seriously, every skill has its own specialization. Although the Lin clan is proficient in the line of refiners, the line of inscriptionists is not their strong point. Even if you keep Lin Feng, his future achievements will not be too high. Why don't you let me have this kid? We can each take what we need. Yin Qing's eyes shone brightly. Furthermore, my bloodline is all alone and has no clan to worry about. I can allow him to retain his identity as a member of the Lin clan. This should only be beneficial to you. Lin Zhen and Lin Yan's expressions were extremely grave. Yin Qing had already laid out all his trump cards and was continuously giving in. If that was the case, it would indeed be beneficial to the Lin clan. But after a long silence, Lin Zhen looked at Yin Qing and said solemnly, Grandmaster Yin, please forgive me. I really didn't know about this. How about this? Grandmaster, please wait here for a moment. I'll send an order for all the disciples named Lin Feng to come here immediately. How about that? Then there's no need to trouble so many people. Yin Qing smiled slightly. This Lin Feng is a branch of your clan. He was born in the wilderness. What? Lin Zhen was extremely shocked. The apprentice square. Walking into this huge space, Lin Feng was very curious. Looking around, he saw many huge and sophisticated machines, as well as many light screens hanging in the air. The terrain was hot, much hotter than outside. The air here was filled with dense fire elements. It was much more active and abundant than outside. This is the first floor of the apprentice square. Lin Lingma said indifferently. It's also the outermost floor. Our first round of training will be held here. It will last for 3 months. Completely closed training. Her voice was indifferent. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Only Lin Feng frowned slightly. Do you have any questions? Lin Lama's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the slightest change in his expression couldn't escape Lin Lama's eyes. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning shot into his eyes. Instantly, he felt a chill down his spine. This cold and elegant woman in front of him was not to be trifled with. No, Lin Feng answered. Forget it. 3 months is 3 months. Looking at everyone, Lin Lama's expression was as cold as ice. She said coldly, focus on one thing. This opportunity in front of you is not something you can get easily. I can tell you that this 1 year of training is definitely more useful than learning outside for 1,000 or 10,000 years. As long as you successfully complete this 1 year of training, you can get rid of your apprentice status. Become a true weapon refiner. Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air. Their eyes were as bright as stars. A true weapon refiner. Among the 4 great assistant professions, the most difficult one was weapon refiner. As long as they could successfully complete this 1 year of training, they could become famous weapon refiners. Weapon refiners have a very high status in the Douling world. Lin Feng thought to himself. Looking at the excited crowd, he smiled slightly. Becoming a weapon refiner didn't seem to be a bad thing. If you can become a top-notch weapon refiner, your power and influence might be even greater. Who knows, you might be able to save father earlier. Lin Feng thought to himself, but didn't take it to heart. This was just an if. In his opinion, the most important thing was still one's own strength. As for becoming a weapon refiner, it could only be considered as a possibility at most. All right, I forgot to tell you. Lin Lingma still maintained her cold expression. She said coldly, the first round of training lasts 3 months. Only those who pass the test can enter the second round of training. Those who don't pass will continue to train on this level. The test will be held once every 3 months. As for me, I won't stop and wait for you. There was an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. A rather cruel elimination mechanism. Test once every 3 months. In other words, failing once is equivalent to failing the entire test. Lin Feng thought for a moment, but he quickly understood the meaning behind Lin Lingma's words. She only taught the true elites. Is there a problem? Lin Lingma looked around at everyone with a bone-chilling gaze. No problem. Then let's begin. Why can a weapon refiner become the head of the 4 great assistant professions? Why do weapon refiners have such a high status in the Douling world? It's actually very simple. It's because of need. No matter if it's astral weapons, astral treasures, astral armors, or astral weapons, to human warriors, they're not only beneficial arms, but also indispensable existences. In the 2 great shaman-demon wars, both sides suffered losses. Why can't the demon race defeat the wizard race, even though they occupy such a vast sea? It's because of the existence of us humans, the existence of us weapon refiners. The opening speech was very vivid. Lin Feng listened carefully and felt his heart palpitate. Occupying thousands of islands and vast sea, the strongest force in the Douling world wasn't the wizard race, nor was it the humans. It was the demon race, which had countless species of demon beasts. Although their individual strength wasn't as strong as the wizard race, their numbers were much greater than the wizard race. The 2 great shaman-demon wars were extremely sensational. In a library in the valley, Lin Feng had also seen it, but it was even more realistic when it was described by Lin Lingma. It was as if the grand battle scene appeared in front of him. There were countless sorcerer tribesmen and demon tribesmen fighting each other. The ancient tribesmen were supporting the sorcerer tribesmen, while the human ancient martial art practitioners were charging towards the demon tribesmen. This was a war that was far beyond his imagination. The wizard race was one of the 3 major races of the human race. They were born with strong physiques and had the aptitude of a god of war. When the wizard race reached the level of the Star Lord, their essence energy would be condensed and stabilized, and their thoughts and wisdom would mature. Their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Compared to humans, they had stronger innate abilities, stronger cultivation aptitude, longer lifespans, and physiques. They also had an upper limit of strength that humans couldn't hope to reach. As time went on, the gap between the strength of humans and the wizard race increased, especially after the wizard race fused with the soul weapon. Their strength increased exponentially and could be said to be terrifying. Moreover, although the wizard race didn't like to use star weapons, they could wear star armor. To them, who had strong defense, it was even better. The reason why the 3 major races of the human race could survive the 2 great shaman-demon wars, weapon refiners had a lot of credit. Lin Feng glanced around. Everyone in the first group was listening attentively. Perhaps they had heard this old history countless times, but just like the glory of warriors, this was the glory of weapon refiners. This was the pride and dignity of weapon refiners. Even if they heard it hundreds or thousands of times, they would still be so excited. Weapon refiners, star weapons, star treasures, star armors, star weapons, almost all the weapons of the human race. They are indeed irreplaceable. Lin Feng nodded slightly. As the leader of the 4 deputy professions, weapon refiners naturally had their own reasons. At this moment, the Lin clan was in a state of shock. All the Lin Fangs from the wilderness were gathered. It had to be said that the name Lin Feng was too ordinary. Hundreds of Lin Fangs, each of them a young man in his 20s, and they were all Star Lords. It was hard to imagine how many Lin Fangs in the entire Lin clan would be. Yanqing put his hands behind his back, and his braids swayed as he carefully checked them one by one, from head to toe, and then from toe to head. However, his frown deepened. He looked back and forth 3 times, carefully sensing the aura of each Lin Feng, but he still found nothing. They're all here? Yanqing looked at Lin Zhen. They're all here. Lin Zhen nodded, feeling slightly disappointed. However, to be honest, Lin Jun didn't expect that the 5th grade inscription master Lin Feng would be in the clan. However, he had to try if there was hope. Besides, there was no need to offend Yin Qing over such a small matter. He would help if he could. Little Yin, did you hear wrongly? Lin Yin asked. Yes, we're not the only Lin clan. Lin Jun laughed heartily. Yin Qing shook his head. No, it's Yuma who said it herself. Yuma? Lin Yuma? Lin Jun and Lin Yin were stunned. Yin Qing nodded. Yes. Lin Jun's eyes were deep as he muttered. I'll immediately send someone to call her over and clarify the matter. Second update. Chapter 759. Soon, reporting to clan leader, Lin Yuma entered the apprentice square as an assistant instructor. The Lin family disciple knelt on one knee and cupped his hands. What? Lin Jun and Lin Yin were both startled. Why did this little girl go to the apprentice square? Lin Yin asked in surprise. Lin Jun's eyes flashed, and his expression changed slightly. He fell into deep thought, as if he was thinking about something. Apprentice square? Yin Qing frowned slightly. Is it the place where I drew the hellfire inscription formation? Yes. Lin Jun nodded and said seriously, today is the start of the 1-year training for apprentice blacksmiths. Once the hellfire inscription formation is stopped, it can't be reactivated in a short period of time. This is a bit difficult. Lin Yin looked at Lin Jun and wanted to say something, but he held back. Oh! Yin Qing's little braids moved slightly, and she seemed to be hesitating. After a long while, he finally nodded his head. All right then, I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'll visit again in a year. I hope that clan leader and old Yin will take care of this matter. There's no need to send me off. After he finished speaking, a trace of disappointment flashed across Yin Qing's face as he led his 2 disciples away. Only when Yin Qing's figure completely disappeared did Lin Jun's expression slowly relax. Clan leader, Lin Yin asked hesitantly. Let's wait. Lin Jun nodded. Yuma is very smart. Maybe, this time, she will give us a surprise. Lin Yin was deep in thought, but he was a little absent-minded. Oh, right, old Yin, help me check the name list of all the apprentice blacksmiths who entered the apprentice square this time. Lin Jun's eyes flashed as he ordered. However, Lin Yin didn't respond at all. His eyebrows raised and eyes lowered as he fell into deep thought. Old Yin, old Yin? Lin Jun called out in confusion. There's no need to investigate, patriarch. Lin Yan's expression slowly turned solemn. Among the apprentices this time, there's indeed someone called Lin Feng. Lin Yin finally remembered. During the test, he had seen Lin Feng with his own eyes. Oh, sure enough, it's like that. Lin Jun nodded thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. A flower planted with the intention never blooms, but an unintentional willow grows. I didn't expect that we just wanted to train some middle and low-level refiners, but New Star, the top inscription master, sneaked in. It's interesting, but there's something very strange. With his test score, there's no reason for him to enter the apprentice workshop, Lin Yin said, puzzled. Lin Jun smiled indifferently. Why don't you call Ah Zhong over and ask him? Lin Yin hummed softly and nodded. In the apprentice square, after a brief opening, Lin Lingma quickly got to the main topic. The foundation is very important. Every refiner family pays the most attention to the foundation. It's like building a building. If the foundation is not stable, the future achievements will be limited. Lin Lingma looked around at the crowd with a calm expression. Do you know why the Peng family, Lin clan, and Meng clan can stand tall in Sherluo County and have always been in the top 3 refiner families? What do you rely on? I know. A bald man's eyes shone as he said. It's because of their unique secret skills and their family bloodline and talent, a woman in white replied. Lin Lama nodded. This is one of the factors, including the geographical environment, the various refiners' manuals, and the various experiences left behind by our ancestors are all factors. But the most fundamental reason is because of the system Lin Lama's eyes burned as she spoke slowly. In an instant, it caused a heated discussion among the crowd, but they didn't know what the system meant. "Was that Lin Feng? Do you know?" Li Hao turned around and asked casually. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "It should be the path." His voice wasn't loud, but Lin Lama's gaze shot over, carrying a hint of light. Cultivation. There is a path of cultivation. The correct path of cultivation can greatly increase one's cultivation speed, allowing one's strength to rise even faster. It's the same for weapon refiners. The system is the path of cultivation for weapon refiners. Everyone came to a sudden realization and nodded. Amazing. Li Hao gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng smiled slightly and didn't say anything. This was the information he learned from reading books on the first day in the library. He was applying what he had learned on the spot. Lin Lingma continued. The foundation is the first step of the system. If the foundation isn't good, the path of refiners will become more and more astray. It's like a straight path. The foundation is the direction you walk. Once the beginning is astray, it will take hundreds or thousands of times more effort to correct it later. It may even become deeply rooted and will be difficult to advance. Lin Feng nodded. Just like cultivation, one wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. Indeed, there wasn't the slightest bit of difference. Looking around at everyone, Lin Lingma slowly said, "The first round of cultivation is the foundation, including every action of refining, every simple process, every flame control. As long as it's a refiner's foundation, I will carefully teach you from beginning to end." In a split second, whispers sounded from below. Those who could enter the first group were undoubtedly elites. Almost everyone had a solid foundation. It was like learning an extremely profound spear move and then learning the foundation spear moves from the beginning. Although no one complained, they couldn't help but feel unhappy. Except for Lin Feng. Just like the spear moves, no matter how complicated the spear moves are, they're all made up of 18 basic spear moves. The path of refining is different, but it leads to the same destination. No matter how complicated the refining is, it will inevitably be formed from the combination of various basic moves. Even those so-called secret techniques are created from the foundation of the basic moves. To be able to learn the most authentic basic moves of a refiner, it can't be better. Lin Feng smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied. Compared to various complicated refining techniques, he preferred the basics. Just like drawing an inscription array. Perhaps it was very impressive to outsiders, but he could only copy it. It wasn't something he mastered, but a kind of imitation and duplication. Like wings, absorbing Wu Ming's soul, walking the path that Wu Ming once walked, without any self. Anticipation. Anticipation for new things. Challenge and learning for an unknown. But the other blacksmith apprentices obviously didn't think so. The whispers grew louder and louder. Although these blacksmith apprentices were only apprentices, they were all enthusiasts of blacksmithing. They studied all kinds of blacksmithing techniques. Most of them could easily refine 6 or 7-star spirit treasures. They were much stronger than Sima Qi. There seems to be a lot of opinions. Lin Lingma suddenly said, her eyes cold. In a split second, everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to say anything. Looking around, Lin Lingma's gaze fell. Lu Yikai come up. Lu Yikai straightened his body. His face turned green, but he didn't dare to disobey. He walked up and said respectfully, "Instructor." "Speak," Lin Lingma said indifferently. Lu Yikai pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then said loudly, "Yes, instructor. Others don't know, but I've trained hard for 10 years, and I think there's nothing to be picky about. I don't want to waste time retraining." Confidence, unyielding. Lin Feng looked at the stage with bright eyes. The genius who ranked first in this test had a very solid foundation. Especially in the third test, he successfully refined the sword embryo in 6 seconds. His result was far better than the others. Very good. I appreciate frank people. Lin Lingma surprisingly wasn't angry. Suddenly, a purple light appeared. A small purple metal appeared, about the size of a fingernail. Lu Yikai frowned, reached out to take it, and weighed it in his hand. What metal is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Li Hao scratched his head and asked in surprise. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. However, when they looked at such a small piece of metal, they did not know what to make of it, including Lu Yikai. Purple lattice crystal, Lin Feng said softly. Ah! Li Hao turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. This is an associated crystal, or it doesn't produce much, and other than its beauty, it doesn't have much value. Lin Feng smiled. Because it shatters with a touch, just like the veins in the human body, small and narrow. It's called purple lattice crystal. With his photographic memory, Lin Feng naturally remembered every ore and crystal in the Ore Illustrated Handbook. Really? Li Hao looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Yes, it's a purple lattice crystal, an 8th grade crystal. Lin Lingma glanced at Lin Feng and then at Lu Yikai. She said indifferently, as a blacksmith, you must be familiar with every ore, crystal, and metal. Is this your so-called impeccable foundation? I don't know how you got first place in the exam, but you can't even compare to the 100th place. Lu Yikai's face flushed red. Being ridiculed in front of everyone, he lost a lot of face. Instructor, 8th grade crystals can't be made into spirit weapons or spirit treasures, let alone astral weapons or spirit treasures. What's the point of knowing these things? Lu Yikai bit his lips and retorted unwillingly. You only know this useless knowledge and don't know the basics of blacksmithing. Let alone the 100th place, you can't even get the 1000th place. In an instant, ha, ha, laughter rang out. Everyone glanced at Lin Feng with smiles on their faces. Lu Yikai was clearly mocking him, implying that Lin Feng's ranking shouldn't even be in the 1000th place, but he got in through the back door. Oh, you've drawn fire onto yourself. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that his casual words would become the fuse. It was an unexpected disaster. However, Lu Yikai wasn't wrong. His ranking wasn't even in the 1000th place. Being in the 100th place and entering the first group, he didn't even know why. 1 part strength, 1 part arrogance. This Lu Yikai's ego is quite strong. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't care about everyone's mocking laughter. His standard as a weapon refiner was the weakest among them all. Wu, the fire element here, is very violent and ferocious. Of course, there are pros and cons, and this purple lattice crystal, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He instantly understood Lin Lingma's intentions. This Lu Yikai was going to make a fool of himself. Third update. Chapter 760. Just because you think the purple lattice crystal is useless doesn't mean it's useless, Lin Lingma said. Although the purple lattice crystal is an 8th grade crystal, it's still expensive because of its special attribute. Lin Lingma said, many Earth grade blacksmiths will use the purple lattice crystal when adjusting the fire and testing the temperature. This is because the purple lattice crystal is too fragile and sensitive to fire. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. To a true blacksmith, every ore, metal, and crystal has its own special function. You should think about how to recognize them, not deny them. Lin Lingma was not cold and heartless, as she said those words in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. As a mentor, she had her own responsibilities, guide the right path. Her words are thought-provoking, as expected of a mentor. Lin Feng thought. Lin Lingma's words echoed in his mind. It was worth thinking about. The same logic applied to cultivation. Sometimes, when one reached a bottleneck, one should not deny it, but change one's perspective. Well said, mentor. Li Hao was the first to shout and clap his hands. Everyone was stunned. When they saw someone take the lead, they also began to clap. Lu Yikai's face turned red, and he felt extremely embarrassed. In terms of knowledge and blacksmithing experience, he was far inferior to Lin Lingma. One was an unorthodox blacksmith, while the other was a proper blacksmith. One was a blacksmith's apprentice, while the other was a 3rd-grade blacksmith. Try it. condense this purple lattice crystal into a half-meter-long strip. Lin Lingma looked at Lu Yikai and said, "Let me remind you, the thinner the purple lattice crystal is, the weaker its ability to withstand fire. The longer it is, the harder it is to condense it. This is very important to control the temperature of the fire." Lu Yikai's face turned green. Condense a fingernail-sized purple lattice crystal into a half-meter-long strip? What kind of fire control technique was needed to do this? Hesitating, Lu Yikai immediately regretted his decision. "Why? You don't even have the courage to try?" Lin Lingma said. She then looked at everyone and said in a cold voice, "Don't be happy too early. 3 months later, you will also have to accept this test, and it's not half a meter. It's 1 meter." As his voice fell, everyone's eyes widened. Is this a joke? To condense such a thin purple network crystal into more than half a meter, it still needed another meter. The difficulty was more than doubled. "I'm afraid we can't do it, teacher," a blue-clothed girl below said with a pale face. "If you don't even have the minimum confidence, what are you still doing here? Go home as soon as possible." Lin Lingma was merciless with a hint of coldness. "Don't think that I'm making things difficult for you." Every single one of our Lin clan's disciples went through this, and we're even better than you. The requirement for them to pass the test is to form a 2-meter-long strip or a 1-meter-long needle. I've already lowered my expectations of you by more than half. His voice was soft, but it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. If he didn't compare, he wouldn't know. But now that he did, he was shocked. They were on completely different levels. The higher the foundation, the higher the achievement. An artificer clan is indeed worthy of being an artificer clan. The system is indeed different. Lin Feng was secretly impressed. The Lin clan was clearly very familiar with how to walk the path of a perfect refiner. After countless generations of hard work, a pattern had long been formed. "How is it? Do you want to try or not?" Lin Lingma looked at Lu Yikai. Lu Yikai's expression was ugly, but he was in a dilemma. He gritted his teeth. It's hard to stop halfway. He has to try. Lin Feng thought to himself. Lu Yikai had no choice in this situation. It was normal for him to fail, because no one here could pass the test. But if he ran away and gave up without even trying, he would lose all his face. What a good move, killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Lin Feng thought. Using Lu Yikai, who was ranked first, as a sacrifice. Although it was a good plan, it was a little too cruel. "I'll try." Lu Yikai bit his lips and made up his mind. He looked at Lin Lingma and said, "But I hope that you can demonstrate it once." "Smart." Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He could observe at once and understand the purple lattice crystal better. Moreover, he could pull down his position and change from flaunting to learning. There was no need to become the target of everyone. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was indeed a good move. "Okay." Lin Lingma's lips curved into a rare smile, but she was also impressed by Lu Yikai's quick thinking. In an instant, a similar purple lattice crystal appeared in her hands. Her eyes flashed. Almost instantly, flames appeared in her hands and burst out at the same time. Fast. Huh. Her eyes shone. So fast. Lin Feng's head shook violently. His mind was perfectly focused, and he instantly entered the copy mode. This was Lin Lingma's most perfect demonstration of basic techniques. How could he miss it? Boom. In his mind, a figure appeared. His eyes flashed with an intense light as he watched Lin Lingma's movements. The flame in his hands flickered, and in that instant, his 2 hands moved like a phantom, turning the originally thin purple lattice crystal into a long strip. Her movements were extremely fast. Lin Feng almost couldn't keep up, but Lin Lingma slowed down a lot. With her strength, she could have been faster, but in order to show everyone, Lin Lingma had to slow down. And this was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. Originally, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to copy at full speed because it exceeded the limits of his ability. It was just like the star gathering rune formation. In Lin Feng's mind, there was an independent version of himself. He copied the scene in his eyes and repeated it, learning and memorizing. Not only was his mind memorizing, but his body was also memorizing. Over and over again, no matter how fast the body's movements were, how could it compare to the changes in the mind? In Lin Feng's mind, Lin Lingma had performed the same move in such a short period of time. He had probably simulated the same action thousands of times. Naturally, she was skilled. Everyone held their breaths. Everyone opened their eyes wide and watched carefully, including Lu Yikai. They didn't even dare to blink, afraid that they would miss a single detail. 2 seconds, 4 seconds, 6 seconds. The flames were like spirits in Lin Lingma's hands. She controlled them freely, melting and reshaping the purple lattice crystal. Her hands divided the work clearly, constantly changing and finally taking shape. The entire process was flawless, without a single flaw. It was like a textbook. Wah! A purple, transparent purple lattice crystal appeared. It was 3 meters long. Lin Lingma's expression was normal, and she looked very relaxed. She spent less than 10 seconds, and it was done. The purple lattice crystal was as thin as a cicada's wing. It looked like it would shatter at the slightest touch, but in Lin Lingma's hands, it was like a stick. It looked fragile, but it wouldn't break easily. As if to prove her point, Lin Lingma tossed the purple lattice crystal to Lu Yikai. Lu Yikai caught it and focused his gaze. He gently caressed the purple lattice crystal, his eyes shining. Perfect. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Lu Yikai nodded lightly and placed the purple lattice crystal on the ground. Lu Yikai focused his gaze on the purple lattice crystal in his hands. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. Although he wasn't confident, he wanted to try. The test only happened once every 3 months. Now, he had an extra chance. Moreover, Lu Yikai also wanted to know how far away he was from the Lin clan's passing line. Instantly, hiss! 2 clusters of flames instantly rose in his hands. Lu Yikai pursed his lips and focused his gaze. He focused all his attention on one point and began to refine. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes lit up again. It looks simple, but it's actually profound. Just controlling the speed of the 2 clusters of flames isn't easy. The most important thing is balance. It's not just the flames that need to be balanced. The entire purple lattice crystal also needs to be balanced. Also, Lin Feng looked forward. At this moment, sweat was dripping from Lu Yikai's forehead. Extreme control of the flames. He was tired and nervous. He had already used all his strength. The flames here were completely out of control. They were extremely violent and chaotic. Even normal weapon refinement would be difficult to complete, let alone such an exquisite refinement. He watched Lin Lingma refine as she pleased, but once he started, he realized how big the gap was. It was extremely difficult. He only managed to hold on for a few seconds. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound rang in everyone's hearts. Lu Yikai's face was pale. He stared blankly at the shattered purple lattice crystal in his hands. It was as if his confidence was gone. It had just taken shape. It was a complete failure. The balance between retracting and releasing wasn't controlled well. Just like the transition between moves and switching between offense and defense, this is the most difficult part. Lin Feng nodded silently. He understood why Lu Yikai failed in the meeting. He was the only one present who understood. It really wasn't easy. There was no laughter, only worry. Even Lu Yikai, who was ranked first, failed. What about them? Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. 3 months seemed very long, but it was actually very short. When the time came, they would also face the same test. Would they succeed? No one was confident. Lin Lingma's eyes sparkled. She said slowly, "The foundation is very important. If you want to become an outstanding weapon refinement master, fire control will always be the first. All right, is there anyone else who wants to try? Like Lu Yikai, as long as you can form a half-meter-long purple lattice crystal, you can skip the first round. There's no need to go through the boring, basic refinement practice." The hall was silent. No one was willing to embarrass themselves again. Even Lu Yikai had failed. Could they do it? Lin Lingmao revealed a faint smile. She was very satisfied with the results. Suddenly, Jing Yu stood up and pointed at Lin Feng. Instructor, when you demonstrated just now, Lin Feng didn't care. He said that he could also do this small trick. Boom! In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lin Feng. Even Lin Lingmao's expression turned cold. It can't be. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. He had suddenly become the target of public criticism. Update that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.